Hello and welcome everybody to the last and final day of the Southeast Asian Pro League. I am Infian Ewok, and with me is the wonderful Gus Lightyear.
Yeah, good evening, Infian. Fantastic to be here. We've got some great games tonight. It's gonna be all on like Donkey Kong. We've got a big game first up, Xavier v Aerowolf, and it's going to affect the top of the table, so it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out.
Indeed. So look at the schedule tonight. First we have Aerowolf going up against Xavier Esports, and then you have Generic going up against Script Esports. Of these four teams playing tonight, one of them is confirmed to go to the APAC LAN in April. That is Xavier Esports. They are comfortably top of the table. Even if they lose tonight, there's no way any other team is going to get up to the first position. But between Aerowolf and Script, it's a very tense battle. Both these teams right now are tied equally on the same number of points. Problem is, Script is well ahead on head-to-head because Script defeated Aerowolf 2-0 in their game. So this means that if Aerowolf is unable to better Script's score tonight, then Script is going to be going to the APAC LAN. So to put it a bit more simply, if Script wins 2-0, Script goes to LAN. If Aerowolf loses 2-0, Script goes to LAN. If Script drops points, whatever score that Script gets, suppose it's 4 points out of the 6 possible, that's a win and a draw, Aerowolf needs to do better than that, so that they need to get 6 points, that is 2 map wins, and so on and so forth. Very tense situation. What do you think of this, Gus?
Yeah, as you put it, it's a little bit complicated to sort of follow what's going on, so we'll try and keep everybody updated as best we can throughout the night. But put in simple terms, Aerowolf have their back against the wall. Their earlier performances in this season definitely coming back to bite them on the back end here, so the pressure's definitely going to be on here versus Xavier, who are completely dominant. Aerowolf haven't beat them all season, and heading to Bank first, it's a map that's going to show their weaknesses if they have any. So yeah, they're going to be under a lot of pressure. They can't afford to drop a map. So yeah, backs against the wall, and they're going to have to work super hard here to try and take on Xavier, who, as you said, absolutely dominant in that first position. They've really had no issues so far this season. They've just been absolute powerhouse, and they'll be hoping to continue that form tonight.
Indeed, Xavier not dropping any points this season so far. 8-0-0 their record, 24 out of 24 points. But you mentioned how Aerowolf has a really tall order. They need, ideally, they don't need a 2-0, but really they don't know that they don't need a 2-0. And even then a 2-0 might not be sufficient. And the problem is, Aerowolf has not been able to 2-0 Xavier ever since the first time they met. That was way back last year in the Paris Major Qualifiers online stage for Southeast Asia. They 2-0'd them. I believe the maps were Clubhouse and Border back then. And after that, they beat them either 2-1 or they have lost 1-2 or 0-2. Never been able to 2-0 them again, and so tonight is a really huge undertaking for them.
Yeah, as you say, Xavier, since their first meet, I believe it was, in that Paris game, they've really been able to expose Aerowolf and been able to show the weaknesses in their game, and as you said, 2-0 or 2-1 victories from that game forward. So they obviously they know how to play against Aerowolf, and they'll be aware of probably some of their strats going into this game. I would expect Aerowolf to be going pretty hard this game. They'll probably bring out some stuff we haven't seen yet, whereas Xavier may elect to play a little bit safer. But yeah, just based purely on previous performances, Xavier definitely hot favourites going into tonight. Just I mean, they've been dominant against almost every team in Southeast Asia, and Aerowolf have been no exception thus far.
Yeah, indeed. It's actually really incredible because these guys came pretty much out of nowhere. They were just a team that were participating in some Go 4s, and then in Season 7 they tried for the Pro League. Due to a little bit of a mix-up, they just very narrowly missed out on the Pro League, but they got to Challenger League, destroyed everyone in the Challenger League. In the promotion game, or rather the relegation game, they destroyed the Pro League team 14, or whatever it was, I think 10-0 back then it was, so first to 5. They destroyed them 10-0. There were 2 Xavier interrogations in 2 rounds, so that's I think 4 in total. And since then, they have been on absolute rampage. They even took 1 map off of Norarengu last season at the Season 8 APAC LAN in Tokyo.
Yeah, it's interesting you raise that point, Infian. I think it's really good to see how the Pro League scene, especially in the last few seasons, has really been thriving. We're seeing a lot of teams working their way through the ranks and working hard to get to that highest level, obviously. We're even seeing teams in ANZ, for example. We've got Extricity, the under-18 team, able to work all the way up to the Oceanic Cups. That's a fantastic performance from those boys. And I think it's really going to set the tone for future seasons, seasons 10, 11, and beyond. Teams have that hunger to try and work their way up. It's a hard grind, but the teams that are willing to put in that effort, as you mentioned, will definitely reap those benefits. And teams that aren't on their game and are lacking, they're going to be exposed, and they could find themselves falling down the ladder.
Indeed, and obviously worth noting that last season, up until last season, at least up until the APAC LAN, Xavier didn't know, what a scrim was. And not I don't mean that literally, they didn't scrim. They actually didn't scrim. So their insane dominance that came from just playing Go 4s and 5-stacking Go 4s. Obviously, since then, they have started scrimming. But it's actually incredible to think that these guys got so far. And now they have begun scrimming. And you could really tell that they have really elevated their game right now. So, continuing on from that point, they will be thinking, right now we have first seed from Southeast Asia secured. Do we really need to stretch our legs? Does it matter if we lose maps? Does it matter if we drop points? Why not we just save strats and just play it like ranked, peak everything? If that works, well, good for us. And if it doesn't, well, not a problem. We have saved strats. We have not shown anything except that, well, we are good aimers.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point. Obviously, you would expect some of those top teams in the likes of ANZ, Japan and Korea, the other APAC regions, probably will be tuning into these games tonight, doing a little bit of homework, because obviously Xavier confirmed to make the LAN, so the teams that are up in the other regions will possibly have to face them, and they'll have their notebooks out, they'll be writing down the strats, trying to dissect them, and Xavier will have to tread thin water here. They want to be confident leading into those games, but as you said, then whether they decide to stretch their legs or not, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to see Magnet drop into chat very, very soon. He was
Magnet
watching.
He'll be fresh out of his game this evening. He'll have his little notebook out. He'll be ready to go.
Yeah, Magnet will be there.
Jumping at the bank.
Oh yes, there we go.
Right now. Let's go.
Woo! So sorry for the technical delays, but we are gonna get right into it. Map number 1. That is Bank, and it is Aerowolf's pick, which means Xavier decided that they are going on defense first.
Yeah, Xavier with the first ban, and we are going to see a So that's very interesting. You were mentioning that a little bit off screen there, Infian. Montang definitely a bit of an Achilles heel for them.
Yeah, so the funny thing is about Monty, both teams have fantastic Monty players, but if left unbanned, I believe it will hurt Aerowolf a little bit more. And Aerowolf, very interestingly, going for the Hibana ban. I don't think it has that much effect because people are really running Maverick plus Thermite combos on this map anyway.
Yeah, definitely a fair point. Hibana, typically on Bank, not getting much playtime, but also I'm not exactly sure if that's sort of a target ban, possibly. But
everyone,
it's definitely interesting to know.
Everyone in Xavier can frag, so I mean, as far as target Hibana bans go, I don't think it's really that. I think it's just they are more comfortable with a non-Hibana setup. And Xavier, You know, they're going to complete the bans with the Valkyrie bans. What do you think of this? It's an interesting ban. It makes sense, but it's not always the go-to ban for me.
Yeah, you make an interesting point. Obviously, Maestro and Echo are going to be in play, so that's two other Intel Gathering operators that will be available. So Valkyrie, whilst her gadget can be helpful and can be put in some sneaky spots, I don't think either team's going to shy away from bringing Echo and or Maestro instead, as we can see Maestro and Echo both getting picked here in round 1.
Indeed, we're going to have to see if any of the 6th picks are going to be using Kaij. Lycolius may be deciding on whether to swap it out, but it doesn't seem that it's going to happen. And I'm really, really interested to see how this goes. We've been waiting the entire season for this matchup, and we finally have it round number 1. Xavier Esports, everyone's going upstairs.
Yeah, the entire Xavier lineup here having big presence upstairs. Hajime getting that wall into Archive, so they're probably going to try and do some sort of open area hold here, along with the Gumines that Red Stun is throwing out. Also going to reinforce that single wall there, so probably trying to deny the window vault from the back alley spawn. We don't often see such aggression in open area, but obviously a definitive call here from Xavier that they want to play this game on their terms.
Yeah, you are right, 100%. And it's going to be very important to see if Aerowolf can read this. If they read this right, they read how weak the presence is downstairs, then they can win this round before it even starts. But it doesn't look like they're going to do that. They only have 2 members downstairs. Obviously, they are the anchors, Maestro and Echo. But look at how light it is. You win 2 gunfights, you have the bomb site, and then you flip the table. The defenders are now attacking.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how Aerowolf decide to attack this, but it looks as if they are going to head upstairs here. So Pulse, Producer Boom, holding those blue stairs for now, trying to get some of those pulses, of those cardiac sensors rather, on that north side of Speakeasy with the entry frag onto Producer Boom. So this top stairs push could actually work out in the end.
Indeed, the pulse off the board is really, really good, because usually you put the pulse up in gold vault and you can tell when the plant is being teased out. So you know when to throw out your smoke canisters, your C4s. But they still have the intel, a lot of intel between the Evil Eyes and the Yokais. Red Sun's gonna get taken down by Speakeasy as well. He's on fire in this very first round, and that's exactly why Aerowolf has brought him on, to make these attempts, these attacks, so much easier. And we saw great Jackal play from Vertical on Rogue when they were playing Dark Zero. And hopefully Aerowolf have Speakeasy performing similarly for them.
Yeah, Aerowolf do have Xavier a little bit up against the wall here. All 3 defenders have managed to rotate downstairs though, so it's going to be up to Aerowolf now to progress the push. It looks like they may set up to push down blue stairs, which they've got control of earlier, and without that pulse, like you mentioned, it's going to be difficult for Xavier to know exactly when that plant is going down. And with a minute to go now, it looks like it's going to be quite a solid push, but Lycolius sitting in that secure hallway is going to cause a couple issues. Just missing those shots onto Yazira, but finally hits him, so that brings it to a 4v3. Luna and Mentalist getting ready for the plant.
That is a huge problem. They don't have that hatch open properly, so the red hole pressure is not going to be enough. But they have the more important admin office hatch open, but it's 3v3. Speakeasy goes down, unable to do much more. But Mentalist is going for the diffuser plant. The Evil Eye should be spawning things out. Healthcare is transitioning over his Yokai. Lycolius is going to get one more. Hajime cleans up Mentalist, and Xavier is going to win this first round. Hajime cleaning up Hysterics as he has to drop, no other choice. And what an excellent anchor-based hold from Xavier. The roam didn't quite work out, but it doesn't really matter when you have these excellent players in these excellent positions.
Yeah, Xavier, the upstairs hold didn't seem to be as effective as they would have liked, but they were able to rotate downstairs and had a very strong hold. The late shot of the Yokai drone there from Healthcare, able to deny the plan and forced a couple frags there. So I think Xavier will be happy with how they managed to retain control of that round. Aerowolf a little bit disappointed they didn't get the plant down, but I think they can't beat themselves up too hard on that round. I think they probably needed to push like you said, I reckon they could have pushed
Frost.
blue. Once that pulse was taken out, they could have pushed a lot harder, as we see. Yeah, that 6-pick onto Frost. That's going to be interesting. I'm not sure where the Frost trap's going to be played, but I guess we'll find out pretty soon.
Yeah, honestly, on paper, that round went pretty fine for Aerowolf. They got the roam clear done very well, and Jackal getting that, so that's perfect. You have your best fragger, you have your roam clear operator getting those roam kills, but then when the push came down to the execute, it fell apart, and Hajime got 2 kills over there, so did the Kaid. It's a bit unfortunate, so I don't think it was tactically a bad push. Not yet. You know, if they repeat that push, then obviously it becomes a tactical issue. But I think it's just a case of Aerowolf not quite winning the gunfights when it counts.
Yeah, I think Aerowolf need to probably reflect on that round and just need to work on their aggression a little bit, because once they got that pulse off blue stairs, they had complete control of server. They could have got in there and had more time to try and get the plant down, but they were forced to get it down late, and obviously the Echo, who has not been banned, going to cause a lot of issues in late plants. But head upstairs now, and Hysteric's putting some pressure from the main entrance. We'll try and get that frag onto front desk, but won't find anybody. Almost getting a wallbang through the barricade there. That just misses the shot. I think it may have been like Colas.
Hajime took some damage.
Oh, he did he? Okay.
That was earlier on, but it was still Hysterics.
Yeah, Luna now has found control of stock and he's going to push in Speakeasy alongside to help watch the rotate out at Janitors, but it doesn't look as if anyone from Xavier will be sitting in there, and Aerowolf will be able to retain good control of the east side as Hysterics and Zero are still outside, probably going to repel and put pressure on the windows, but they are going to have to be mindful of the lobby, of course, and make sure they don't get flanked.
Indeed. Now Red Sun is playing this very, very strong position, more commonly known as Cantor spot. Obviously he doesn't have a monopoly on the spot, but he really popularized it. Usually you play a dock there, but any ACOG really will do if you're able to hit your shots. Mentalist thankfully is going to get one wall at least open, the other one is left soft, so the defenders can play a little bit more aggressive. But Ysera on the windows, not giving too much pressure just yet. He needs to start stepping up once the execute starts happening, and he spotted out Healthcare's drone hidden behind the shelving unit. Not going to be able to do anything about it just yet, but Luna Metal is going to get the first kill. Lycolis goes down, still not that much of an issue. Once again, the anchors are still alive, and as time ticks down, their use and their power is just going to exponentially increase.
Yeah, I think Zero is in probably the most powerful position at the moment. He just needs to play passive and maintain control of the windows. If he can stop Healthcare's drones from doing any damage here, that's going to be very critical in helping to get that plant down, because it looks as if the rest of Xavier has actually been pinched down here quite well by Aerowolf. So they just need to try and get the plant down and stop the Echo Drone, but Speakeasy will get Hajime, so even more in favour now of Aero as Mentalist tries to get the plant down. Speakeasy onto Producer, we'll bring it to a 5v2 now, so Healthcare and Red Sun left all alone here. 2 ACOGs, so they do have fragging potential and full health. Red Sun will push up to stock, but gets taken out by a fantastic shot from Luna, and it's all left down to Healthcare, who will get taken out by Hysterics, and Aerowolf managing to take round 2.
Indeed, that was picture perfect from Aerowolf. Really, really well done. Obviously, there were some concerns that they were going to make the same mistakes as the first round, but I couldn't have played that any better than they did. Yeah, the frost could have been a little bit of an issue at the end if they had left it too late, but wow, so perfectly well done. Speakeasy comes in, he gets 2 important kills. Luna Metal follows that up with 2 more. Ysera giving the pressure from the windows, and well, that was it. The last member really couldn't do anything. And they got the early pick as well onto Lycolis. Cleared the roamer, cleared the anchors, got the plant out without any drama whatsoever. Yokai's had no time to maneuver because of Ysera being so annoying on those windows, as well as the rest of Aerowolf. So really couldn't have done it any better. And one more thing I wanted to note in that round, as we are seeing again in this round, is it's a bit of a role swap. You have Hysterics on the Ying, Luna Metal on the Zofia, and Ysera on the IQ. You don't usually see these 3 playing these specific operators. Usually it's Ysera on the Zofia, Hysterics on a 3-speed, or an Ash like Ash, Sophia, IQ, and Luna Metal's more of the known game player. But clearly they have stratted this out. They know what will work, or rather they think they know what will work against Xavier Esports right now. And it's been 50-50 between the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, Aerowolf definitely looking a lot stronger that second round during that sort of mid phase where they were setting up for that plant. Unlike the first round, they were holding really strong power positions, especially on those windows and the rotates on the east side of the map. And that really choked Xavier. But as we flick through their perspectives late in that round, every single one of them was static, stuck in a corner. And Aerowolf were able to abuse that and got into sight, got the plant down and looked extremely confident there. So again, a little bit of you have to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt. We don't know how hard Xavier's actually going to go at this game because their land spot is confirmed. But obviously, going to be going all out as Zero taking out that Echo drone early. So that's already some utility taken out on the side of Xavier. So they're probably not going to be too happy about that because there's still 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, indeed. This is going to weaken their defense just a little bit. One of the Evil Eyes is going to get destroyed. Luna Metal taking about 20 HP worth of damage, unfortunately, in that engagement. Xavier definitely not in too much of dire straits right now, and I don't think you can get their ADS from this angle. Well, you can.
You can.
So Xavier, I think they're falling in a very similar trap as the previous round. What lost them there? Oh, he gets a second yokai. That is... Nope, okay, not yet, I thought. Well, they're kind of falling into the same trap. They're not roaming hard enough, and they are allowing...
Echo Drone's in the bookcase. It's in the bookcase.
Oh, no.
That's a good play there from Healthcare, sorry. As big as he drops like Hollis.
Yeah, indeed. Their roam game isn't working, but the risk of playing so passive is that you're allowing so much control for the attackers to take. And then, if the attackers are well enough set up, if your retake isn't strong enough, then you have pretty much lost the round, unless magically you win every single gunfight.
Yeah, with a minute to go now, once again, Aerowolf with a strong setup, and this mid phase that we saw them so strong in the previous round, going to be critical once again. Mentalist, once again, will be going in for the plant, this time behind the A bomb. Healthcare drops Hysterics though, so will be an even man count. Hajime will get speakeasy as well on the rotate, but Luna will shut that down with a retrade, bring it now to a 3v3, so the man advantage neither way. Now, Zero will drop Red Sun on that strong window hold, but Healthcare will still be locking down the main hallway. Plant successfully does get put down there, and Hajime and Healthcare both tasked with the difficult job of retaking from the south side of the team. Managed to dodge a couple there and will clean up Luna, but he did get Healthcare in the process. Right now, coming out from Hajime, unsuccessful as Mentalist drops him, and Aerowolf will take another strong round, round 3 going their favour.
Indeed, Aerowolf must be feeling good. They got a plant off a second time, and Xavier, as I mentioned in the round, you could see they were falling the same trap. Aerowolf got as much control as they wanted. They even got the early pick onto Lycolis, and he wasn't even roaming really technically. He was just near the site. In fact, I think he peeked out from the soft hole that they had on the side wall, and he lost his life. And then Aerowolf has just perfectly set up. Red Sun then getting careless, not waiting to see if Ysera would peek the window, losing his life as the Maestro big kill. The Evil Eyes not really getting utilized for plant denial, and it was not a very strong round from Xavier, but they now get to go back down to the basement.
Yeah, we did see basement cause significant issues for Aerowolf in the first round, and once again, Xavier trying to get their step count up on their Fitbits. They're going to all run back upstairs again, so I think we're going to see another strong presence upstairs from Xavier, and probably the routes will be in place once again to be able to rotate straight back down to site with their anchors. Can't get that word out. Their anchors will probably be able to rotate down as quickly as they did in the previous round. And we're going to see Producer Beam actually reinforce that Happiness highlight. So often we'll see defenders leave that soft and open an angle for a late rotate or for late gunfights, but Xavier electing to reinforce it, so that's an interesting decision from them.
Yeah, well, the idea is when you go for the plant on this wall that Hajime is making, the Hajime is making difficult for Mentalist to put down Thermite Charge on, you can get a very, very thin angle onto the diffuser because the diffuser is actually planted outside of the bomb site. Technically, when the plant goes down, the player does a reverse plant, and His body's inside the bomb site, that's why the plant is allowed to go down, but the diffuser itself is put down outside, so you can get a thin angle from that hat that you saw Hajime reinforcing, and that means that you can defend the plant a lot easier. So Producer Boom gonna get spotted out once more. The question is Aerowolf gonna have as easy a time of cleaning him up?
Yeah, I would like to see Xavier probably invest some more utility on the yellow stairs to actually protect their pulse, but it doesn't appear as if they're going to do so. And Red Sun now opening that hatch and will be able to rotate, but Speakeasy manages to drop him with a fantastic headshot there. So Maestro no longer playing those evil eyes will now be static and redundant.
Indeed, that was really, really important for Speakeasy to get that kill. Maestro being the anchor with those evil eyes with that ACOG LMG. So useful in denying the plant. But they still have two important anchors and the pulse is still available. Not done and dusted yet this round for Aerowolf, and it never is when you're playing a team like Xavier.
Yeah, with a minute 30 to go now, Aerowolf in that sort of mid-round stage that we've seen them quite strong in for the upstairs push, but struggled in that first round, so they're going to have to increase their communication here and try and get a push together as a team. It looks as if they may be setting up for an A plant, as I think they may have control of server. Yes, they do. Luna actually manages to get a breach charge on that wall there, so Alibi unsuccessful in denying that, and that's going to open up the plant opportunity. Looks as if Mentalist will be following close by with the diffuser, as Producer Boom with that cardiac sensor playing a stronger position this round. We'll be able to see them up against that softball, ready for the plant.
So they have one C4, one ACOG shotgun that is going to take down Speakeasy yet again, and two yokai drones right now that are going to be absolutely crucial. And I think, unless Healthcare has lost one of those yokais, this is going to be very hard for Aerowolf to win. That yokai does get down, and Mentalist is actually going to get the diffuser down. What is happening? What is the Pulse doing inside of Gold Vault? He needs to have been giving the information to his team, but that has not happened. And oh, Ysera can't hit the shots, very important, but he's going to flash and kill Healthcare, the second player. Hajime, he's going to get up and take down Ysera, but Hysterics is going to clean Producer up. It's just 4v2. Hajime and Lycolis, they need to make this retake happen against three standing members. Lycolis is going to go down. The ACOG shotgun not really doing that much of work in the post plant. Hajime all alone. And he has run out of time as well, and a very, very strong third round for Aerowolf. So, guys, what went right on this round number 4 compared to round number 1 for you?
I'm not exactly sure if it was a case of what went right for Aerowolf. I think it was more of a case of what went wrong for Xavier. The pulse play, that was a critical mistake. You want that C4 utility there to be able to deny the plant. It would have been an easy plant denial, and it would have made Aerowolf's life much, much harder. But instead of Producer just giving the intel and then quickly rotating to throw the C4, he just stood there. None of his other teammates had a C4 available, or at least didn't use it, and that allowed for, I believe, Mentalist it was, to easily get the plant down. Aerowolf were able to stop that ridiculous rotate from Xavier. They would just rushed up the stairs, and that didn't work. And Aerowolf able to go 3-1 up.
Yeah, they were down to 30 seconds, and not even one plant attempt had come out from Aerowolf. So I was almost sure that Xavier were going to win that round, because you have such strong plant denial on offer. But as much as Xavier did have a failing with that pulse sensor, I'm not too sure if Hysterics' Thatcher play may have won, because we don't quite get to see the area of effect for those EMP grenades, and we saw 2 of them being used to disable and destroy the yokai drones. Maybe one of them was used at the very crucial moment to disable the cardiac sensor. At the same time, that is no excuse for Xavier not to preemptively throw out a C4, because the yokais are out of action for that duration.
Yeah, as you said, it was only about 30 seconds left remaining in that round. If that Thatcher grenade went out, surely that would be a message to Produce that they're probably going to plant now. You'd take your chances and at least try and throw the C4. Instead, the utility was not used at all. You'd rather use it with the chance of denying the plant and wasting it than not using it at all. So, yeah, a little bit disappointing that round, but they will go downstairs once again. for round 5, and we'll try and bring this back as best they can.
Indeed. Now, Red Sun's on the mute. That was a 6th pick choice for him. He's trying to get a stronger roam game out this time around. Let's see whether it's going to be of any use. 2 minutes, 15 seconds, and I believe Aerowolf are making good time, in my opinion. This exact same angle is going to be opened up by Lunar Metal, and if Red Sun decides to make their rotate happen, he's going to get caught out very easily. He's going to think about it. He's going to leap through. Is Lunar Metal watching? No, he is not, and the rotate will come out without any danger.
Yeah, so we've definitely seen a strong attempt to hold upstairs from Xavier, but equally they've had those rotates open and available, relatively safe. Obviously, Red Sun a little bit lucky that Luna wasn't watching it at the time, but it seems as if most cases Xavier are able to just get back to the site when they want, and forcing Aerowolf to waste, probably, I don't know if waste is the right word, but having to use a lot of time and a lot of utility to try and find these roamers, and they're simply not there. Mentalist will open that skylight hatch, so looking to get the plant down quickly. Lycolis with the shoddy ACOG will be watching it, however, but he is in a very pinch position here. If he gets caught, shots will go out and will injure him. He gets down, Yazira will take him out, and that is 5-4 to advantage of Aerowolf.
That was not a good angle for Lycolis to play, and just that exact play, because we got to see that on the screen. I don't think Xavier is taking this entirely seriously just yet, because I'm sure Lycolis knows that people don't play there for very good reason.
Yeah, we are going to see a very, very similar situation to the last round. Producer been giving out the ping that the plant will be going down soon. Mentalist will bait out one. He's low health though, so that smoke grenade could definitely take him out, and he decides to give the diffuser to Luna, so that's probably a smart decision there, as Luna does have full HP and will be able to sit in that smoke for a fraction longer. With 30 seconds to go, it's not looking great for Aerowolf, but they were in a similar situation in the previous round. Genie with that pixel peak will be holding A. The smoke hides the drop. The Producer Beam will get speakeasy though, and the plant's now going down. Luna taken out by Producer Beam, so using that C4 to full effect this time. Hysterics in the middle of sight manages to get one, but Healthcare will trade him out, and it's all up to Yazira now with 10 seconds to go, and Aerowolf unable to reproduce that previous round.
Indeed, so far all 3 rounds that have happened on the basement have played out very, very differently, and this time it goes to Xavier once again. So this time what happened was no early picks at all for Aerowolf, and it's just simple math. You have more guns on site, the more easy it is for you to trade out your teammates, trade out and play a little bit more aggressively to get the information, to get possible picks. And yes, while they did lose Lycolis in that very awkward position, didn't really matter in the end, because they had such strong plant denial. They brought their smoke this time around. They had the ACOG shotgun, which they're going to bring again. They had the pulse, and really well done to Xavier Esports. They're trying to bring this back, trying to tie things up, going into the role swap.
Yeah, so the last round now before the swap, Xavier will be trying to bring it back 3-all to the best of their ability, as they will try and hold upstairs. We did see Aerowolf have a bit more luck up here, so definitely going to be a challenge now for Xavier. To be honest, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't try and mix it up and maybe go archives or something, just to throw Aerowolf off a little bit, who looked incredibly strong on this site. Xavier were pretty much backed into a corner, and all their players were left static in the previous rounds, so interesting. Maybe Xavier just trying to get a little bit of practice. Obviously, they are number 1. Their land spot is confirmed, so they can almost treat this game like a little bit of a scrim when you think about it.
Yes, but even then, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Xavier on this round so far. They had the castle, standard stuff, 3 castle barricades on the northwest side to block those lines of sight. Then they have the standard Eagle Eyes, the Maestro, and the Yokai. But they're bringing both the Kaid as well as the Bandit. So the Bandit is going to be that initial barrier for Aerowolf to get past, to get that wall open. And then I presume they're going to be using the Kaid to try and Kaid trick, which works because you're going to be fighting a Thermite. Aerowolf themselves banned the Hibana. So Xavier knows exactly what's going to be happening right there. So Kaid trick works because if you throw it at just the right moment, you can destroy that. Kai charge.
Yeah, interestingly, Xavier with that double denial, as you say, but no one downstairs to counter IQ. So Yuzira will just have free roam down here. He'll be able to take out whatever devices he wants. Unfortunately, that Echo will be in that Yokai device rather will be in that bookcase, and he won't be able to get that. But he's going to be able to sit downstairs and wait for Producer Boom to throw out those Cades late round. And if he shots on and the timing's right, he's going to be able to deny that deniability. So it's going to be double denial.
He lost his drone, I think. I think Yasera caught that out. So Healthcare was rotating his Yokai, so that's one of them down. Not sure if the other is alive or hidden away someplace safe.
Lycolis now in an interesting position, so he's found his way to the main stairwell and likely waiting for a late rotate, but I'm assuming Aerowolf will try and shut that down like they did in the previous rounds. Mentalist able to open each wall. Hajime doesn't take any damage to the wall there, and Aerowolf now spotted the bomb.
I actually thought the timing on the Electric Claw was just right, but apparently not. Both walls, as you said, gonna get opened up very easily by Mentalist, and Yasera knows that Lycolis was below, but Lycolis has rotated out, throwing out the C4 for good measure. Not gonna collect anyone. He is ready, and he's expecting that presence. Mentalist, though, is the first to fall. He won't be getting the plant this time. Luna will trade out onto Lycolis, but he's very low, and he's gonna get down. Red Sun with the long angle is going to take him out. Speakeasy has 30 seconds to make something happen with his team, and he's gonna start by taking out Red Sun. Immediately traded back by Hajime, however, and Producer Boom popping up from behind the shield. That shield location isn't disabled, and Hajime is going to clean things up. It is going to be a even first half, 3-3 as Aerowolf goes defense.
Yeah, Xavier looking a lot more fluid in that previous round. They were given a lot more freedom by Aerowolf, who didn't seem to be holding down the same angles with the same aggression as the previous ones, but I'm not going to get too caught up on that as we do see the switch rounds now, so the dynamic is going to change, and we're going to see Aerowolf head upstairs first. So unlike Xavier, who headed downstairs rather in the first round, Aerowolf are going to go upstairs. So definitely a change of dynamic there.
And look at the difference in the operators they're bringing. They're actually bringing the Clash and Yasera on the Clash. Oh, this is going to be very spicy, and there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about. So I'm going to go very sequentially. Echo makes sense. Legion, the info and nuisance game, really, and very low recoil primary weapon. Then you have the Jaeger, makes sense, you know. Xavier experimented with him. Destroys all incoming projectiles, 6 of them, in fact. And then comes the smoke, which I think is kind of falling out of favor, but still my favorite plant denial operator. You have a shotgun, you have the fantastic SMG-11, and you have 3 smoke babes that can really take down 24 seconds of the time if you play it perfectly. And then there comes the Clash. Put it in the hands of Yasera, that fully automatic baby FAMAS, as I like to call it, with a shield in his hand. This is going to be a very, very interesting round, and I cannot wait to see how Xavier tackles it. They are bringing a Capitao instead, as you can see.
Yeah, Xavier probably a little bit annoyed they're not going to have Zofia. Obviously, those concussion grenades are extremely effective against Clash in helping disrupt her shield. But they're not going to have that. They will have, obviously, as you said, the Capitao to flame her out, if possible. But it looks as if Yuzira probably going to hold the hallway here. I would expect him to be walking around Stock and the janitor's door and trying to deny any sort of entry from that side of the map. But looks as if he's just walking around. He's just sussing out what's going on. Obviously, can't get shot at from long distances. So even from an intel gathering point of view, he's going to be quite strong in that respect.
Yeah, he just needs to be careful of... Whoa, what's Producer doing in the basement? Very interesting clear coming up from Xavier here. And basement's a good bet. You're really not going to expect Aerowolf to be holding basement, especially not on the second floor bomb site. Maybe if they were holding archives, there would be some presence in the basement. But Producer Boom is pretty safe right now. But as I was saying, oh, that's a very, very early smoke. And Lycolis is going to go to the other wall and going to get that open. So very nicely baited out. And unfortunately, that smoke is not really going to do anything at all. And he has wasted 2 of those with half the round still to play.
Yeah, Mentalist not using those smoke canisters effectively there, especially that second one. I'm not exactly sure if that was a desperation play, but really wasn't necessary, and it's going to increase the difficulty here for Aerowolf to deny that plant late. Obviously, they Xavier have Maverick and Capital respectively on the windows as Hajime takes out Hysteric. So Xavier, with the man advantage and 2 men on the windows, are going to find themselves in a strong position here to hold off any sort of retake that could come out here from the defenders. Hysteric now getting pinched, and he finds himself in a world of hurt. Like Colas will drop him, and it's now a 3v5. The flashes go out, and it looks as if the aggression is now going to come out from Xavier as Hajime drops Mentalist, and Aerowolf falling flat on their face here. Speakeasy still has that Echo Drone to try and deny the plant. Like Colas does get the plant down, but Luna will deny it. And it's now a 2v4. The man advantage still with Xavier here, but Aerowolf going to be hard pressed to try and deny the plant if they can get in a strong position, as Luna does impact the wardrobe but won't find anyone. Gets a frag onto healthcare, and the diffuser goes down once again. And now only 10 seconds remaining. Speakeasy will jump on his Yokai drone to try and deny the diffuser. Oh my god, Luna on the Hajime. Does get traded out though, and it's all up to Speakeasy to try and deny the plant with 3 seconds to go. Red Sun can't find him, and the diffuser's not going to go down. Oh, Aerowolf managing to hold on there. I don't know how they managed to, but they are going to take round 7. That was incredible.
Phenomenal. Usually I would be shouting. You know me, guys. Usually I would be shouting at this kind of play, but I was put
speechless, yeah.
Yeah, I was completely speechless. Absolutely insane stuff. It was a 2v5 scenario. Please, someone in chat, clip that. I want to see it over and over again. That is how you play that kind of a situation, because you have one plant denial operator that's meant to be plant denial, and you have just Luna Metal being this nuisance. Speakeasy just hiding and using his yokais very sparingly, using them for information only, not using the sonic bursts unless absolutely needed, thereby hiding the locations of those yokai drones. And eventually, even though Luna Metal fell, he got what, 3 kills, right, to bring it to a 2v1, and then the final 2 couldn't get the kill onto Speakeasy. They couldn't find him. Speakeasy also chose a very good hiding spot, and then all he had to do was shoot the yokai sonic burst, and there we go. Really well done. And obviously the goo mine did help quite a bit, because the Capital was unable to sprint, because I think he had kind of got an idea of where Speakeasy was hiding.
Yeah, that late round there, you can't even attribute that to a lack of strategy or a lack of effort. Xavier just couldn't find Speakeasy. He played it absolutely perfectly behind the desk. He managed to deny the plant when he needed, and he just chilled out. He just waited for Xavier to try and find him, and they couldn't. And ultimately, it cost them that round there, and made them look a little bit stupid, to be honest. Xavier really, I don't know what they were doing. I just don't think they actually knew where Speakeasy was. They probably looked in the common spots and couldn't find him, and didn't expect him to be where he was, which was very sneaky from him. Yeah,
just a classic lack of information. If not, Luna Metal would have been pushed much earlier, so would have Speakeasy, and that would never have happened. I think they got a little bit panicked based on the time that they had left. If not, Xavier doesn't really make these kinds of mistakes. Usually, Aerowolf will be very happy with salvaging that round, however. They still need to fix the core issues. And very interestingly, this is going to be a vault side push from Xavier, and I'm very interested to see how this turns out. Whoa! Ysera takes 50 HP of damage, somehow manages to escape.
Yeah, so definitely interesting to note the shift of attack here. We so often see teams pushing from the east side towards servers, but we're going to see Xavier mix it up a little bit, which is always nice to see in the Pro League scene, and possibly look to push from Vault. If they have the man advantage and they can get the utility down there, they might be able to drop, but with Ysera in Vault, he'll be able to spot him with the cardiac sensor and avoids that first flash. I think, judging by their current positions at the moment, Xavier are going to find it difficult to drop here. A good rotate from Aero has seen them cut off almost all the push that they could actually get here, but looks as if Red Sun's going to persist as he's still throwing out those flash grenades and doesn't want to give up with a minute to go. Jamie will push the garage and gets dropped by Speak Easy. A fantastic shot from him, and that's going to stall the attack here even more. Red Sun will drop though. The smoke will cover that. Mentalist gets Red Sun. It's 5v3. Zero manages to get dropped though, and Lycolis may or may not know that he's down, as Healthcare also dropping down the stairs.
Going to be very interesting to see what Healthcare can do from this position. It's a very strong position right now. It could make or break this round, but it's going to break it. Speak Easy going to take him down. He does get traded out by Lycolis, but you can't be playing for the trade when you are 2 men down. Well, if there were only 1 man down, but now there are 2 men down, because Ysera has been brought up, and Lycolis is going to vault in. He's surely been heard, and oh, he's going to get the first important frag, but unfortunately for him, he is alone. 1 frag for him secured, but Aerowolf are playing this too aggressively. It's a 1v1, and oh my goodness, Xavier Esports, Lycolis is going to win this out. What on earth? Aerowolf getting way too antsy, playing this too aggressively and throwing it away. A lot worse than what Xavier did in the previous round.
Aerowolf, what are you doing? Why are you rushing a man when there's 5 seconds to go? The plant time is 7 seconds. You've got plenty of time to just relax, put yourself in a strong position, and not force yourself to rush into the rim. Obviously, when you're sprinting, you can't shoot. It makes you vulnerable. And Xavier able to clean up there was looking very, very, very dire for them, but somehow they've brought it back, and now it's 4 apiece. That was, yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, I'm going to start off on 1 or 2 of the issues. First of all, as you mentioned, while we're sprinting, you have 7 seconds left on the clock. Just put your gun out, ADS. Either he has to go for the plant, or you have a gun ready to at least damage him, because he was on 0 health pretty much. 1 bullet from any gun at any range, he would be dead in the water. Next, no one tried to rotate through the hallway and go from the window side. So they knew his location when the last 2 players were alive, and they, well, one of them tried to push through the doorway, the other just tried to belatedly hide with no cover left because of the way they had opened up the wall. And Lycolis just came in and just cleaned everyone up. He hits his shots if you allow him to. Yeah,
Lycolis finding himself in a bad position initially, but as you said, with about 5 seconds or 7 seconds to go there, Aerowolf just made it easy for him. Lycolis just lined up his crosser where he thought they were going to be, and they were there for him. It was pretty much a duck hunt for him. Aerowolf just mindlessly running in and going way too aggressive too early, and it hurt them. Yeah, Lycolis just he didn't do anything special then. He got the he got the first frag on an Aerowolf member just running straight into the site, and the second one was a wallbang as they tried to desperately clutch the round down on the timer, but they were unsuccessful, and that's going to leave some doubt in their mind for sure. Aerowolf not going to be happy with that round.
Yeah, it's these kinds of mistakes that add up, and eventually you're staring at yourself possibly not going to land for the first time in your entire career.
Yeah, pressure definitely stacking up on Aerowolf. They need to win this map. They need to win it, and it's 4-4 at the moment. They will be trying to get this round as confidently as they can, but looks as if Xavier not going to go easy on them. They do have their land spot secured, but they're not going to play any easier on Aerowolf by the looks of things so far. Hysterics with that utility on the stairs will make things a little bit difficult, but it looks as if Xavier might once again be looking to try and drop the vault.
Honestly, this is one thing I do remember Xavier trying to do more often than any other team, in fact, and it's not new. But what I really like about this is how multifaceted the attack is. There's not really one area that Aerowolf needs to focus on. Of course, they nearly won it, and they kind of snatched defeat from the jaws of victory there. But well, there you go. Lycolis gets the first kill to Speak Easy, very important one. Now Mentalist, he's going to smoke out Lycolis. A little bit of damage, but not enough to take him down. Red Sun drops as well from the hatch, and the camera is going to get taken down. Now it's a very strong position from Xavier this time, a lot stronger than last time. One more kill, and whoa, Lycolis is going absolutely ham. He is going to get dropped, and the diffuser is there. Lunamil, however, is the last man alive. C4 is going to get thrown out. Not going to connect with his target. 30 seconds. He is holed up in the lift. Hajime is watching the angle. This is all but over.
Yeah, Luna does have the shotgun on his side for close quarters, but he goes for a long peek, and healthcare drops him quite easily there. Xavier taking round 9 and looking a lot more convincing there. Not leaving it all up to Lycolis in the end, who did get a couple nice frags that round though, made life easier. But Xavier were able to drop earlier there, retain control, and Aerowolf, I think they failed to rotate a little bit, they rotated a little bit too late there, failed to rotate when they needed to, and ultimately it cost them. I mean, they did manage to drop the diffuser there inside the elevator, but it was all but over by that stage. We are going to see Aerowolf though head upstairs. They're not going to give Basement another try. They've given up, and Yazira will once again jump on Flash.
Healthcare plays a mean Blackbeard. You have to be very, very careful. And it's quite obvious where he's going to be. He's going to be posted up on those windows, reading that choice to go to the second floor rather than the first floor. Very, very accurately, and it's identical lineup from when Aerowolf secured that clutch 2 rounds ago. Very interestingly, Xavier bounced back from that clutch very well. Well, at least like Lycolis did. Aerowolf, let's see whether they can do so on this round. They need to really do the same kind of adaptation that Xavier clearly showed. When they saw what was going wrong in their first attack of the basement, even though they won it, they knew that they won it on the back of a clutch. So they can't rely on that all the time. So they're like, okay, we made this mistake, we made that mistake, immediately it was fixed. Instant. Aerowolf needs to do that, if not they're gonna be dropping 2 valuable points. This is a do or die for them. Might as well be playing the old format because they can't drop a point.
Yeah, massive round here. If Aerowolf drop this round, they're going to find themselves in a world of hurt. So the pressure well and truly on now. They're going to be getting some sweaty palms, and I think it's going to be interesting again to watch where Yazira decides to play that clash. It looks like he's going to monitor the hallway again. I would probably like to see him just stick in janitors, to be honest, because we saw last round he was pinched very easily by the Xavier members. Healthcare repelling on the main entrance here. Getting a nice frag into sight.
Oh no, I think he's
going to find anybody. Maybe Luna just avoiding the bullets.
No, that's not an LMG, and unfortunately, I'm not sure if... Well, there was no C4 detonation on the side of Aerowolf. So, I think that's just unfortunate. Maybe where they were, with the location where they're at, just had an unfortunate disconnect. But they are going to be back, so I don't think the rehost will be coming at all, but it's going to really hurt their round, and Aerowolf will be kind of breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief, even though it's not really earned. They are 2 men up, just like that.
Yeah, Aerowolf going to be cheekily happy that they've got an easy man advantage, but it's not over yet. We did see them throw that round against Lycolis in the 1v3, so they'll be trying to not replicate that. As we see Yazira holding a very strong position here, he just needs to play smart and be able to drop red sun, but the flaming bolt does take him down. Hysterics will get the refrag though, so it's a 4v2 now in favour of Aerowolf. Hajime and Producer Boom left to try and salvage the round, but with a minute to go and a lack of utility here, going to make it difficult. Obviously, the Dockerby call could come in handy, but with the new way in which her gadget works, I don't think there's much incentive here for the defenders to actually answer their phone. They're not going to be too worried about the sound that they're going to be making, as Producer will find his way up the stairs. Will get dropped by Producer Boom gets dropped rather, and the refrag will go out. Hajime now left in a 1v3.
Indeed, but you know, as you said, we have seen them concede the 1v3 before, and aggressive angle being held by Speakeasy. He's gonna try and fire back against Hajime. Not something I would advise him doing, but I'm not the coach, and I'm not Aerowolf's players either. I'm not a pro league player, I'm just a caster, but I think I can make the judgment that this round is Aerowolf, and there we go. Luna Metal is going to take the headshot, very nicely done. Obviously aided by those 2 disconnects, very unfortunate for Lycolis and Hajime. who knows what might have been with the Blackbeard actually actually on those windows, and just 2 extra guns. Gonna be counting their chickens, really. Aerowolf right now, really lucky. And now they need to win the next 2 rounds. Every round right now is a do or die. Cannot be dropping any points at all. And they have to go down, or rather, they are going to choose to go down to the basement rather than maybe archives, as you mentioned when Xavier was defending.
Aerowolf taking their chances now. They will 6-pick onto Cade off the pulse. I'm not going to see any 6-picks from the side of Xavier, so they're going to be lining up as shown. Aerowolf, yeah, I'm not exactly sure the thinking behind going back to the basement. Obviously, they've thought it out. They're confident, but they are going to have to be very, very mindful that Xavier could just pull out this drop that they've been doing of the main desk for 2 rounds successfully. I mean, Aerowolf need to be thinking about that in the back of their minds. They need to be counter-strating that. Every time we've just seen Red Sun go up to the hatch, smoke it off, drop, and the frags have been flowing. I mean, Aerowolf haven't been able to counter it the second time, so surely the third time they're going to have something up their sleeve to try and just at least slow down that process. But Xavier could mix it up potentially, and this time they could go server, and then that could expose Aerowolf on that side. So either way, Aerowolf going to find themselves in a little bit of a challenging positioning, and as you said, if they drop around here, it's all but over.
Right, you are. Now, line up as you noticed, opposed to Kaid. Not a standard change. They are very different roles that you're going to be playing on the basement. I would like to know what the logic is, because there could be a multitude of reasons. I don't want to speculate exactly, because Yasera has told me quite often that whatever we speculate here, it's wrong a lot of the times, because sometimes he just feels like it, sometimes he fat fingers it. There's many reasons. We obviously try to give them the benefit of the doubt, but sometimes there's really not much rhyme or reason to it. As far as Xavier goes, though, very balanced lineup, and they're looking to make that same rear side take, the vault side take, happen once again. They have Kaids to deal with, though, and no way to deal with them.
Yeah, so some good counter-strating coming out from Yazira, who will make life a little bit challenging. Healthcare with that Maverick will be able to take it out, and like Hollis getting ready to drop the elevator as we've seen in the previous 2 rounds. I think it's taken Xavier just a fraction longer this time to actually set up this attack, but with 1:30 to go, they're going to still have plenty of time here for Red Sun to get those smokes out, and for his teammates to drop down and get to work.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm laughing a little bit because I read in chat someone said, "Oh, Spirited, the Aerowolf sub DDoSed the Xavier computers." But oh, there we go. Hajime is going to be dealing with 2 members. He's going to get dropped and finished off by Yasera. Speakeasy gets down, but he's going to get picked up, and a little bit more suppressing fire. Very strong presence in Garage. 3 members of Aerowolf are there, and they need to start coming back and holding this hallway, stopping Lycolis from making it happen, but Hysterics is going to fall to Red Sun. Sifa goes out. Red Sun super lit. So is Speakeasy, however. He did get revived, and now revives only give you 20 HP.
Yeah, we can see the members of Xavier in very similar positions to the previous rounds. Lycolis sitting in the elevator waiting to push into the B bomb site, and he's not going to be contested on the hallway by the looks of things. Red Sun has made his way into Vault. With that low HP though, his impact in the round could be very limited. The flash goes down, Lycolis is going to push all the way through Vault, as Healthcare unfortunately has left the game 20 seconds ago. Now the attack's looking dire, but the frags will go out, and Red Sun onto Luna as Producer Boom gets dropped in the process. Find them way, oh my god, found their way into safe right now. And this is going to really throw off the defense, but Lycolis is going to try and get the frags late, but he can't Mentalist with the double kill, and Aerowolf staying alive. Round 11 goes their way.
Indeed, and we might be having a rehost unless Healthcare reconnects, but no. Lycolis is going to call for the rehost right there, and then he's going to give us a little bit more breathing room to talk about what has happened in this map so far. So, guys, you're going to check on that final round. You just want to talk us through.
Yeah, so Xavier once again going for the same attack strat for the third round in a row, and although those Cades did slow it down a little bit, Aerowolf just, they don't have an answer for that late push. Xavier were able to drop, get all the way into Vault, managed to rotate to the other bomb site, and there was no answer. Unfortunately for the Xavier attackers, Aerowolf very late in the round were able to deny it, probably a little bit close for comfort really, and I think a lot of that came down to Xavier having a lack of HP really in the end. But they need to find a way to stop them being able to just drop and run in. None of those rounds Aerowolf have had pressure on that main hallway. They've had no one sitting at the bottom of the stairs, no one sitting at the garage door, for example, the garage double door, and that's just opened the door for Xavier to just run straight in, try and get control. Obviously, they probably were a little bit too aggressive in that final round, but as we saw in the first two rounds down there, they were able to capitalize, and Aerowolf just don't look like they're counter-strating. I don't know what you think, Infian, but they're not looking like they're adapting to their opponents.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tight situation, as you mentioned. A few things going wrong. They had a lot of garage presence that final round, but they still conceded those picks once the drops came in. Obviously, really good utility use from Xavier right there. The smokes and the flashbangs and everything coming out in concert, and they almost got the plant down. If Speakeasy had been finished off by the Zofia pushing the garage, they wouldn't have been able to stop Lycolis from planting. The only reason he fell off was because that evil eye was taking him down and he was going to die. If not, that plant would have gone down because the rotate would not have been caught out. Possibly, not even been made aware of if Red Sun had been able to hold an angle, for example. Close issues, close fights that could have gone Xavier's way, and that's it, 2 points drop, maybe even 3.
Yeah, so Aerowolf probably not too unhappy with a little bit of a rehost here. They get some time to just relax a little bit, discuss what's happened so far. Obviously, the time between rounds is very, very limited, so the teams don't have the biggest of opportunities to actually discuss previous rounds and focus on the next round coming up. So they'll have some time now to just relax a little bit. Obviously, the pressure on them. They can't drop around, so that's going to be in the back of their minds. But they'll head into the next round here refreshed and ready to go, I think. They haven't been playing particularly bad. We've seen some brain fades from them, but we've also seen brain fades from Xavier. So it looks as if neither team's completely polished, would probably be the best way to describe it. But I think it's probably been closer than we expected. I think Aerowolf, credits where credit's due. They've been playing very well. Obviously, through a couple rounds, but besides that, I think it's been a solid effort so far from them.
Yeah, indeed. And well, timeouts, obviously, as with most things in Siege, they work both ways. As you said, Aerowolf are going to be able to consolidate themselves, and kind of Lunamental will be talking to these guys like, alright guys, do not get ahead of yourselves. We have secured 1 point, but we need all 3 just to give us the best chance, even just in case Script manages to drop a point. So that's good for Aerowolf, but at the same time, Xavier also, these guys are going to be talking to themselves like, okay guys, we are down 1 round, we can't get the win, but we can still get the draw. Let's bring it. Let's smash these guys on this final round. I don't know if Xavier will be going for it as aggressively, but I think it's a bit late for the question, even though I am asking it myself, because 6-5, how much closer could you expect?
Yeah, as you said, and as we've mentioned a couple times tonight, Xavier, they're confirmed. This game to them, technically, for the standings, means nothing. But in Siege, no one wants to lose. It's like any sport. No one wants to lose. So I don't think they're going to be too happy with their performance so far. I don't think they've, gone all out and brought out any new strats or anything crazy, because obviously they don't want to give that away as the game is broadcasted. But I think they're they're going to come back after this rehost, and they're still going to give it all they've got. I mean, they want that draw at least. They want to try and bring it back, but they know they're going to be up against some stiff competition. Aerowolf, they're going to be coming. They're going to bring out everything this round. I'm expecting to see some crazy stuff from them. They're going to go absolutely full pelt, and it looks as if we will be getting back into it very shortly.
Indeed. Let's see if Aerowolf do as you say and bring the fight to Xavier instead. Final round of this first map, of this first series. It's been so tense so far, unfortunately marred by disconnects in the first round where it happened. It really influenced the course of that round. But we are still in this match, and whatever's happened has happened. Let's see whether Aerowolf can bring it home. They are playing this comparatively conservatively, except for the fact the bomb site that they've chosen.
Yeah, very interesting. So Aerowolf are going to head Towers and Archives. I believe that's the first time we've seen this objective all night. So this is going to be incredibly interesting. It could throw Xavier off here quite a lot, especially if Aerowolf have a good strat in mind here. So Xavier, they're going to be heading their drones in, and they're going to be left in a little bit of shock. I think they probably wouldn't have been expecting them to take this site. So Aerowolf leaving nothing in reserve. They're going to go all out this round. They've brought out the first floor objective, and yeah, so if they can play it, Xavier could find themselves a little bit red-faced.
Indeed. So it's going to be... I haven't been able to talk about this hold because we have not seen it just yet. So obviously the standard way to hold this, you hold the second floor, maybe have a basement presence, especially on the stairs. You can see how the wall has been opened up, so someone playing on the 0.5 up from the basement will be able to get an angle into the very default plant spots. And then you hold upstairs as well. Upstairs is crucial, absolutely imperative that you don't give up upstairs too easily, and if possible you don't give up upstairs at all, because if you start getting those vertical angles it becomes very, very tough to hold that first floor bomb site. There is soft destruction. You have the Buck, you have the Jackals, so I don't think Xavier are going to be all too surprised by that pick, in fact.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting you mentioned that top control. Obviously the entirety above the two bomb sites here is almost destructible. So if they forego control, there's going to be nowhere left in sight for Aerowolf to be able to sit. So they're going to be investing a lot of utility and a lot of manpower upstairs to hold this. We can see healthcare now on that Buck. Will be ready to get to work on the floor, but he needs to clear up Mentalist first. He's sitting upstairs. Luna Wolf also sitting below, could try and get a sneaky C4 off, but I think he's going to elect to save that utility for later in the round.
Indeed, it's a very, very tense round right now. Aerowolf fans are going to have their hearts in their mouth. So are the script fans. And I don't think Xavier fans really care what's happening right now, but script fans are going to be praying and putting all their might behind Xavier, and they're going to be cheering as the first kill goes out to Lycolis. Ysera, the castle, going to be dropped. Not a round losing kill, but you want Ysera active, you want that 3 speed, you want those impact grenades to be able to deny as much as you can. And you can see they have lost second floor, and I believe this is too early. 1 minute in the round, and C4 going to miss. Healthcare is going to start opening up the floor all too easily, but Hajime is going to get cleaned up, thankfully for Aerowolf, and Hysterics has been heard by Lycolis, and he's going to take a little bit of damage. The KB call is going to come out as well. Hysterics is really in a tough spot. He cannot rotate. That hallway is locked down for him, so unless Mentalist, who was down below, can do anything, Hysterics is almost certainly dead. Healthcare is going to drop Speakeasy, and Producer Boom's going to drop Luna Metal. Lycolis is going to drop Hysterics. This is going to be 2 points lost unless Mentalist C, the youngest and newest member of Aerowolf, can do something magical. He is going to drop the diffuser, and with 15 seconds left to go, he's going to clean it up, and he's going to get chased by Healthcare, but waiting and ready and rotated is Producer Boom. And that is 2 vital points lost by Aerowolf. 2 vital points that Script don't need to get. Ooh, so well matched, these two teams.
Yeah, an incredibly close match as the scoreboard reflects. Aerowolf,
Oh.
yeah, foregoing that top control just a little bit too early and forcing their members off site. Yeah, incredibly hard to hold it off site. We did see, obviously, some late play there from the smoke, but unable to actually bring it into fruition as Xavier, I believe their remaining members just dropped the hatch in CCTV and rushed him, so good aggression from them.
Great
and
read.
Xavier managing to bring a draw and still undefeated.
Yeah, indeed. Really good read. I love that from Xavier, and really showed why they are a top tier team, why they have so far only dropped. This is the first point that they have dropped all season long. And Aerowolf, they must have stratted out the moment they lost that series against Script 2-0. They must have been already preparing for this matchup. So they have like 2 weeks of preparation. This is really the best of Aerowolf. Whether they have been performing the best tonight or not, that's a different story, but this is as prepared as Aerowolf could have got for this match, and it's only enough to equal Xavier. The requirement is for them to perform better than Script. That has become a lot harder. So the most number of points they can get right now is 4 points. So they have to pray later on that Generic are able to get 1 map off of Script. And it's possible, but it's going to be extremely tough for that to happen.
Yeah, Aerowolf leaving their fate in the gods just a little bit. But they will be heading over to Border next, and
Border,
I don't think they'll look... Consulate, sorry, yes. Consulate, my bad. We are going to see both teams head over to Consulate. I think Aerowolf won't be... Obviously, they'll be disappointed with that result due to its context and the effect that that's going to have on their table. But being able to draw with Xavier is a good effort. Obviously, Xavier probably not going full strength, blah, blah, blah. But it's a confidence booster in some respects that Aerowolf are able to do that. But unfortunately for them, it might not translate to a land spot. And I believe that's going to be the first time they haven't made it. So, yeah, it's been a crazy season, and that match really reflecting that, I think.
Yeah, so right now, they are probably at least a little bit tilted or demoralized, or a combination of all those things. But they have to clear those emotions right now and really push for the win on Consulate. And then, if they don't make it, they need to take the breather, because it's going to be a long break for them, because they have to let the Challenger League season play out and then wait for the Pro League to return. They take that breather, look at what went wrong in this match so far, realize that, alright, we weren't up to snuff here and here. In the end, we kind of brought it back, especially, since we drew with Xavier, at least on this map. I don't know what's going to happen on the second. They can still take those good stuff, the strong points away, and use that to rebuild their confidence. Following that, they can obviously go and look at, alright, so now this is what went wrong. Let's not make those mistakes again. I think that time off is going to help them, even though right now they must be wishing so hard. We want to get to that land. We don't want to break our record.
Yeah, obviously those land spots incredibly hard to achieve. Only the top 2 teams will progress, and at the moment is out of Aerowolf and Script. Definitely looking like they're in a stronger position. They will be taking on Generic later tonight, who are a little bit further down the table, so you would expect Script to get some easy points tonight, and that's going to really elevate their position. So Aerowolf not off to a great start this evening. Obviously heading over to Consulate. They'll be trying to get a win. But I just can't see them being able to back up after that first half, as you said, it has to be demoralising. The moment that round finished, surely the first thing on their minds is, we're out of land. They're going to be thinking that. I mean, yes, they're not completely 100% out, but it's going to take a mini miracle really for them to make it now, and I think that's going to affect their performance.
Yeah, indeed. And Hysterics is one of those kinds of players, very, very strong confidence player right there, and he is one of their top players, problematically in that sense, because you live by the sword, you die by the sword. If your sword, which is one of your top players, is a confidence player, when he gets demoralized, you're going to lose a big chunk of your power. So Aerowolf needs to make sure that they collectively, and possibly Hysterics specifically, don't lose their confidence. Just put that map behind themselves and just move on to Consulate. But we are going to have a bit of a break. That was really a supremely long series. We had one rehost as well. The match started late, and now the teams are just going to take a little bit of a break before we come back to you for map 2. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello and welcome back, everybody. Sorry for that wait, and we're gonna be waiting a little bit longer just yet. But two of us are back, and wow, what a series we have had so far. Gus, take us through what happened. Summarize it.
Well, the last map, between Xavier and Aerowolf did end in a 6-all draw. Xavier looking dominant for most of the game, you could say, but Aerowolf equally up to the challenge. They did throw a couple of rounds in there, notably like Colas hitting a fantastic 1v3 clutch in the later stages of the map, really giving Xavier some momentum, I would say, and they were able to bring it to a 6-all draw. But I think it was look, it's really hard to judge the performance of Aerowolf because Xavier do have their land spot confirmed. They could be tanking just a little bit, but I think Aerowolf they're not going to be too disappointed. I said this a little bit at the end of the map. They're not going to be too disappointed with their performance, being able to bring that draw to Xavier, who have been undefeated in this season thus far, but they will be disappointed with probably more so their earlier performances in the season, putting them in a position where they really had to win that map, and they haven't. So they're now going to be relying on Script, who are playing later this evening, to lose against Generic, which is unlikely to happen, and that could knock Aerowolf out of their lane position. So, look, map 1, strong performance from Aerowolf in some parts, but ultimately not enough to get them over the line, and now we could see them miss out on land for the first time.
Indeed, it was already very likely coming in to this matchup from the outset. Now it's even likelier, unfortunately. So it's tough, really tough. But as you said, and as I said, it's going to be good to take that breather, probably because they haven't had this kind of a shock that you sometimes need to kickstart your road to recovery. Some people don't recover, and well, it's harsh, but you can't always expect to bounce back without putting in all the effort that is required. So very, very tough. A sad day for Aerowolf fans if they don't get through. Sad day for Script fans if they don't get through after getting so close. Either way, someone's going to be disappointed, except for the Xavier Esports fans, who are so happy right now. Still undefeated, still first, still going to APAC land.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Sit down, get a loaf of bread next to you, get ready, because we are going to be in for some fantastic maps still to come. We've still got 3 maps to go. Obviously, Xavier and Aerowolf, the second half, will be coming up hopefully shortly once we get everything sorted out. And then we will be heading into Generic v Script. All these games tonight having big implications at the top of the table. Only the top 2 teams will make the land position. Xavier locked in. They are confirmed. They cannot drop out. But Script can, and so can Aerowolf. So it's going to be interesting to see the mindset of Aerowolf in this second game. Obviously, able to draw the first map, not a bad performance, but they are going to have to work extra hard now on Consulate to try and bring this back. Aerowolf not overly strong on that map recently, so it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, that is a bit of an issue. Consulate, they used to be good at it, but you know, after that they have not really shown that kind of prowess. And whoa, we are suddenly, if you were able to see what we are seeing, we just went from this funky countdown screen. even we get countdown screens, by the way. We went from this funky countdown screen to all 10 players in the lobby. So yeah, that's a bit of a funny moment. And yes, so Consulate, they used to be strong at it. Recent times they have fallen a bit behind, unfortunately for them. They need to really hopefully they fix their issues. They need the 3 points. They really, really need the 3 points here. And I think it's an even harder task for them to get those 3 points. Because Xavier, well, we just saw, playing some questionable positions. maybe not trying as hard as they could have, and Aerowolf getting one of those rounds almost as a bonus where Hajime and Lycolis disconnected while they were still alive. Yet Aerowolf only drew, so does not bode too well for them. They have played Bank so much more than Xavier as well. Played it against Norengo, played it against Orglis. Back then, when they played it against Orglis, they were known as Atletico. So yeah, Aerowolf lots of experience in Bank. Xavier lots of experience in Consulate. Aerowolf's map pick being Bank, Xavier's map pick being Consulate over Oregon, where Aerowolf is stronger at. So I don't think this looks good at all for Aerowolf. What do you think, guys? Maybe you're more of an optimist. I'm kind of a pessimist when it comes to, stuff that I think should have been happening. Like Aerowolf, their strength, when it fades, hard to think it's not going to continue fading.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Aerowolf fans, I'm gonna have to agree with you. Be a little bit pessimistic, but I don't think it's quite a pessimistic view. It's more of a realist view. When you look at the statistics, when you look at Aerowolf's history, you can't expect them to win this match. Xavier, was that their first map drawn in this season?
Yep.
In the previous map, so that just tells you right there. Xavier, they're super strong. They're gonna win their picks. Aerowolf, they're gonna have to throw something crazy out here. They're gonna have to go all out. I'm expecting them to do some crazy stuff in this match. They've got nothing to lose. They've got plenty of time before the next season to re-strategize. They're not going to give anything too far away. They're desperate for this land spot, so they're going to have to try everything they have as we will be heading into the map now. Strap yourselves in. This is going to be a big, big game.
Honestly, I really, really don't know what to expect. I am pessimistic, but anything can happen. This is Rainbow Six Siege after all. And Xavier's going to get the first ban yet again because, once again, they are going to be starting on defense. What is going to be the first ban, I would predict, is going to be something like possibly a Thermite, Glass maybe, or even a Blackbeard. Let's see whether I am correct. Took a while. It's going to be a Nomad ban. Okay, well, it makes sense. Nomad, many people have noted, really breaks consulates, blocks many of the rotates, the runouts, and what have you not. And Xavier just don't want to be dealing with that. They want that early advantage being on defense first. Now, Aerowolf are going to ban out Thermite. Interesting choice from them. I would have expected Xavier to go for that ban, as I said.
Well, yeah, we are now going to see Aerowolf ban out the Valkyrie. So we did see Valkyrie banned in the previous map, but we didn't see Echo or Maestro banned. So I think it's going to be interesting to see if Xavier elects to ban one of those operators this time around. We did see Echo cause some issues for both sides, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is the ban, as we now see it is. Drumroll, Echo, there you go. I win. My crystal ball is clear. There you go. So that's the end of the ban phase, and we're going to head in now. Aerowolf on attack and Xavier on the defense.
Indeed, I honestly couldn't tell you. Even with this bans, normally you'd expect, alright, you'd expect that to go pretty much one way or another. You can kind of start predicting, but these two teams are so close together. Always been at the top of Southeast Asia, but this season for the first time, Aerowolf threatening to lose that position.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw that in Fian, but Hajime did tease the Tachanka there for just a fraction of a second. It would have been good fun to see the Tachanka in play. But we will instead see a pretty stock standard lineup with Hysterics 6-picking off Sledge onto Sledge, so definitely a big twist there.
I mean, what can I say? Even the best of analysts are left stumped by those incredible 6 picks. Guys, I mean, they're going to put me out for job.
Yeah, you really could not have predicted that. Hysterics really looking to throw off Xavier early here, but in all seriousness, that sledge will be quite critical if they decide to take piano and try and make some holes above. Your Zero will also be able to assist with that fuck in the skeleton key. So it looks as if they might try and push piano here, get strong vertical control, and that'll help open garage and help get the plant down later. Around like hole selecting to get one of the visa hatches here though. So Xavier are aware that Aerowolf could push the east side. It looks as if Speakeasy and his teammates could actually be doing that. So definitely good foresight from Xavier.
And look at that M249 being brought out by Speakeasy. He brought it up last week when they were playing Border, that was against Generic. So actually, if you have noticed, the last 2 weeks they have played out in reverse for Script and Aerowolf. Aerowolf playing Generic first, then Xavier. Now Script last week they played Xavier, they will be playing Generic later onwards. There's a Vigil here inside of admin office right now in this game. Speakeasy is looking for him, rappelling upside down. It's a very strong position if you know how to play it right. Best window player is undoubtedly Pingu from G2 Esports. So if Speakeasy can be anywhere half as good as that, it's going to be proving very, very useful. Lycolis is going to lose his life, peeking way too wide, and Speakeasy is going to get 2 headshot onto the Vigil, and that is going to clear out admin office.
Yeah, strong presence from Aerowolf early, so we're seeing them on the aggressive, and with a minute 50 to go here, they're going to be in a really, really strong position to lock down Xavier into spots that they don't want to be in. We did see that good, strong gameplay from at times on Bank. Producer Boom with the C4 won't be able to connect. I believe he threw it on a solid platform above there, so that was never going to do any damage. But Uzira above getting to work, and it looks as if they're now looking to transition towards possibly a yellow stairs push. I'm not exactly sure what they're actually setting up here for, so they've been stalled out a little bit, so they need to make sure they use this man advantage while they can. Hajime with a strong position on yellow stairs will get flashed out, so good flash there from the attackers, but he's going to be able to reposition now, and with that metal bar just above his head there, it's going to be a very, very tough shot here for AWF here.
Indeed. That flashbang was just really to test out whether there were any ADSs. There's still information gained, even if they could have capitalized on that a little bit better. Hysteris and Luna Middle, though, they have taken a lot of damage already, and Speakeasy is going to get taken out. LMG versus LMG, and Hajime unfortunately peeking the wrong way. If he had leaned the other way, he would have seen 1, if not 2 Aerowolf players in piano. Unfortunately for him and for Xavier, they are going to lose an extra member. Almost getting 1 back from Producer Boom, but he's going to get 1 anyway. Hysterics goes down, very low health, but Plant is going down. And Yellow Stairs is being contested by Red Sun, but he can't really get anything done. Mentalist is going to get the Plant off very easily. Shot down is going to be Red Sun, and Ysera too. He's going to clean up Producer Boom, and that is it for the first round. Aerowolf coming out swinging.
Yeah, so as I mentioned during the prep phase there, Aerowolf were able to get that destructive utility into the piano room, and they were able to shut off any sort of rotate from Xavier in that round. I think it was interesting to note there that every time a Xavier player at the man disadvantage got a frag, we saw Hajime doing it, and I believe Red Sun, possibly, I can't remember who the second player was. They got the frag, and they instantly ran upstairs to try and get control. They knew that piano was in the hands of Aerowolf, and they were trying to get it back. But Aerowolf, fortunately for them, were watching those rotates whilst watching the defenders running beneath them. So good multitasking from them there, and they were able to get the round. So some good momentum heading into the beginning of this match, and they'll just be looking to carry that on to round 2.
Indeed, right you are, exactly how you read it. That's what Aerowolf was trying to do, and good for them that they made it happen. Xavier, though, they're not going to be too worried. I don't think they are going to have too much of a problem. They're going to go back down to the basement. Similar setup from them with the evil eyes. They have a lesion, they have a mute this time. Lycolis is still on the alibi. Let's see whether the swap from the Vigil is going to benefit Xavier, or it's going to be more of the same result.
Yeah, it looks as if Xavier are going for quite a similar setup here as they did in the previous round. So possibly they've attributed the loss, not maybe to setup as such, but maybe how they played throughout the round and how they reacted to Aerowolf's strong aggression upstairs. So I think we can expect Xavier now to possibly invest a little bit of manpower further up the map. Aerowolf looking to get vertical early, which is a good positive to see. Obviously, verticality is a little bit limited on Bank, so maybe it's catching Xavier off guard here on map 2.
Yeah, that is possible. Mental is going to use all 3 of his X-Kairos on the garage wall, and Producer Boom now knows that there is someone who has peeked in, at least, at the door. First kill going to go to the mute of Healthcare. Hysterics is taken down, and that's, well, it's an important kill, but it's not imperative because that the garage wall is going to get open one way or another. It's not a bandit that they're fighting against, so X-Kairos won't get destroyed. All they have to do is get rid of the mute jammers if Hysterics hadn't done so already.
Yeah, as you said, Hysterics, not the biggest loss here for Aero, but it will be one less gun to help contest upstairs. We're going to see Zero whiff a couple of shots there on the desk, and they've been stalled here. So Xavier have reacted to the strat. They have put some more men upstairs, and Aero could get sneaky now. There's nothing stopping them just pushing down the main stairs. Producer Boom is being a little sneaky there to try and deny that. Speakeasy will have to be very careful of Producer to his left, as it looks like Luna could drop and assist him very shortly. Yazira still holding upstairs, so Aerowolf have been stalled out here, and it looks as if they are going to rotate. Luna still unable to get that frag, and with almost a minute to go now, it looks as if Xavier have played this almost textbook, really.
I thought the white peak was coming out through connector for the Xavier player, and look, unfortunately, Luna Metal can't react in time, and it's going to put the man advantage firmly in favor of Xavier. 1 minute left to go, and Aerowolf is really struggling right now. The grenade won't hit perfectly from Ysera. Mentalist is still helping to clear up that yellow stairs. Speakeasy still stuck on the 2nd floor, and Aerowolf, what are you doing? 40 seconds are left in the round. Yeah, you've got the wall open in garage, but Mentalist can't do this alone. They really need to help him right now. Time is ticking away. 2 members of Xavier here, they must be laughing. How are they doing this?
Yes, Xavier still causing major issues upstairs. One frag will be coming out there from Speakeasy onto Producer Boom. Healthcare onto Speakeasy. Mentalist onto Red Sun will get fragged out as Lycolis drops him. Yazira onto Hajime. Frags going out left, right, and center, and it's now a 1v2 in favor of Xavier, who both have full health. The Goomine will take out Yazira, and Xavier, with a much more confident hold upstairs, will take round 2.
Well. Aerowolf not really knowing when to cut their losses, kind of, over there. Truly unfortunate, I would say. That could have gone so much better for them if they tried to sequester the Xavier Roamers instead of attacking them head on, even when time was running so low.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen Aerowolf at least just try and push into sight and try and get the plant down, and then watch for those Xavier players rotating from the common spots such as the stairs or even hatch drops. But instead they wasted so much time upstairs, and they didn't actually have a definitive push on any of those roamers. They were kind of just standing there stagnant. They knew where they were, but the likes of, I believe, like Colas was on the Alibi, causing major issues. I mean, he literally just sat in the corner the entire round, and they weren't able to get him. So very poor roam clear there from Aerowolf. As we now see Xavier heading over to the lobby.
Yeah. Just quickly, one more thing about that last round. We talked about poor roam clear. Not sure where the yellow stairs skylight presence was. They had frag grenades on offer. Ysera could have done so much more from that angle instead of wherever he was trying on the north side, on the south side, opening up windows and what have you not. But anyways, as you noted, 1st floor bomb site defense rather than the 2nd floor here. Very interesting. Is it possible, you think, they avoid the 2nd floor entirely and they go for the split site as the 3rd bomb site if they have to?
Yeah, well, we have seen ANZ teams and the likes of Fnatic actually tending to go towards that split site. So it looks as if we're seeing a little bit of unorthodox play here from Xavier. They could just be testing the waters out a little bit. Obviously, nothing to lose in this game, so they might just be giving it a shot, see what happens, and reflect on the rounds in the future.
I just noticed that there was a Kapkan. For some reason, I've been thinking that was a castle, but no, it's a Kapkan. And let's see whether Aerowolf's poor time management cost them even more. And ooh, I believe that was very lucky. Luna Metal is going to take a C4 and a Kapkan trap to the face. And Speakeasy is going to be trying to get that Kapkan. And this C4 is going to take a little bit more health, but now the shoe is on the other foot. The utility being wasted is from Xavier Esports. But despite this information, Red Sun is unable. He's gonna get the kill on Luna Metal, one of the best Monty players, outsmarted by Red Sun. And now Red Sun has pushed up very aggressively. Hajime has gotten one kill as well, and Red Sun's going for a second. He's fighting LMG, and he's gonna lose his life. So 2v3. At least they didn't lose one extra member, Aerowolf, but they are in very dire straits already. Losing their Monty, Speakeasy on so low health. I don't know what can be done. And there is one aggressive Visa player. Speakeasy's gonna ignore him. And Kapkan trap! Not attentive enough. Ysera is gonna take down Hajime, but he's alone downstairs. But the diffuser is nowhere near him. Now, surely he has seen the Kapkan trap there. There we go. He doesn't know exactly where the defenders are, so he's gonna go the long way around after being spotted.
U0 does have time up his sleeve, and it looks as if Healthcare is on. Healthy manages to drop producer beam. He should get the second frag here. Healthcare is one shot. That's in a very strong position, but
two Kapkan kills
coming into play. Xavier Esports taking round 3, as you mentioned, Infian. The poor time management there really coming into play, and Aerowolf falling victim to a couple of Kapkan traps. They're not something we often see at the Pro League level.
Oh my goodness. Aerowolf are rattled, if they weren't already. That is really a tilter. Losing the two best, or I would say two best players on your side, the two people who you would want in this kind of a clutch situation, and one of them almost securing the clutch. If he hadn't whiffed that first shot, the Kapkan trap wouldn't even have come into play. But then if you go further back, if he hadn't been able to, you know, lose their gunfights like that, they hadn't wasted so much time, they wouldn't have been worrying about those Kapkan traps as bad as they probably were.
Yeah, I think Zero did probably panic a little bit at the end of the round. Obviously, he didn't know that he did have a greater HP advantage, and I believe at that stage there was still about 20 or 30 seconds left, so he didn't have to rush like he did. He probably could have actually taken onto the fight to Zero, and he probably would have won, provided that the headshot wasn't hit. But yeah, that was a panic moment for Aerowolf, and 2 Kapkan kills, probably summing up their season so far. A little bit underwhelming.
Well, hopefully they can collect themselves. If not, Xavier, you know how they are. If Aerowolf gives them an inch, they're gonna take a mile, and they're gonna steamroll Aerowolf. It can happen. It has happened. So Aerowolf, very tense situation, and it's just getting tenser and tenser. We keep on saying this, but there is no room to be mentally lost. No room to think about the APAC land spot. Just play your best.
Yeah, we are going to see Luna this round not electing to go onto the Montang, so we saw a very strong showing from him in the previous round. Obviously one of the better Montang players in the region, but possibly not favouring him on the second floor site. Montang obviously available, as played in the last round, not banned like it was in Bank. So I think it's going to be interesting to observe how both teams decide to approach that. Montang can be a very strong operator when used in team coordination, as Red Sun finds himself in a compromised position. The grenade from your Zero will take him out, and no more goo mines will be left to play in 2 minutes to go. You don't want your Legion dropping so early, and Hajime finding himself in the same position will be able to get out Temple Royally as Luna looks
so lucky
at the wrong time, and Hajime getting so aggressive now on the windows, trying to get a frag with the UMP, which is one.
Oh dear! Oh!
Gets a fantastic shot though onto Luna as Hysterics drops.
No way!
Luna, meanwhile,
he almost got that second. He was so close, and What's happening? Oh my goodness! And they have a duck, so he's gonna get healed back to almost full health. And Hajime may have just won this round for them. Producer Boom's gonna follow it up by Mentalist. And Aerowolf once again in dire straits. Diffuser gets dropped by Ysera as Producer Boom cleans him up. And Hysterix is all alone. He's gonna get spotted out on the cam. He must know that there is a player in the basement. And he hears the gunfire, but he's unable to place it.
Hajime going absolutely crazy with the UMP. Definitely one of the weaker guns in the game, but not in his hands apparently, as he gets boosted up even further now. So he's going to be quite content with the amount of HP he has. Someone who's not going to be content though is Hysterix, finding himself in a 3v1, and with 35 seconds to go, it's going to be incredibly difficult taking on three members of Xavier rather with full health, and he gets dropped. Xavier taking round 4 and showing no signs of backing off here.
Oh, what a shot! You could tell it was a gorgeous shot, even when not looking at healthcare. And wow, these guys! I told you they're gonna start steamrolling Aerowolf, and I think we're in for a rough ride. Honestly, I think it was already tough, and it got tougher every step of the way. The draw made it tougher. The first round they won, that was fine, but then the tilt from the Kapkan made it tougher. And now losing this round so devastatingly, I'm not sure what Aerowolf are feeling right now, but I can tell you it's not anything good.
Yeah, we can see a glimpse of probably positivity from Aerowolf as they 6-pick Luna onto the Monty. So we are going to see some shield play this round. Could help them up against the likes of the more aggressive Xavier players that are playing offside. If Luna can get them into compromised positions, we'll be able to take them out and make life a little bit harder for the anchors on site. But Luna is going to need the support of his teammates, who are, as you say, probably a little bit demoralised so far. 3-1 on Consulate thus far, and momentum definitely not looking at all on their side. They've been unable to hit the gunfights that they need to, and they're not looking anywhere near as strong as they did on Bank in the previous map.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, and it really should have gone their way after the way the round started off with that great frag grenade kill, and Hajime unfortunately just getting away for them and inflicting so much damage. Now Producer Boom, I love that tiger skin. I mentioned it to you when we were watching Oddity play, so I think I'm going to be putting those skins on many of my guns. But this round is progressing decently well enough, and Speakeasy's not ready for it, unfortunately for him, and that's really not something you can be doing at this stage. You want to be the best, you gotta take those shots. It's hard, but the best win those fights.
Yeah,
oh no.
Oh my god, Red Sun onto year 0. What a fantastic shot from him, but Luna has found his way upstairs. He's going to be putting some pressure now onto the defenders of Xavier, who are roaming, unable to get that frag. As the defender drops, and Speakeasy will now push down main stairs. He's going to look away just at the wrong time. He needs to make sure he looks at the main door, but he doesn't, and healthcare on the mute will drop him. So another good shot coming out from Xavier. Their shot is absolutely on point this round. Hysterix still pushing alongside Aero, who does have support. He will drop Red Sun, so it's now a 3v4. The shot's going out through the wall. Unable to connect there is a shot from Hajime. Will take out Hysterix as he looks at the camera. Luna now left to try and get a couple kills on his own here. I don't believe Mentalist is anywhere near him. The push will come out from healthcare. He shoots him probably through his shield on Luna's screen, but either way he is now downed, and Mentalist, Aerowolf, left in another clutch situation.
This is honestly getting a little bit hard to watch, because Aerowolf, you can tell they have just lost all confidence right now. They are operating with almost no information, and it's not like they don't have the chance to obtain the information. Mental is going to try and activate his ranked mode that he's so well known for, but is not going to be enough. He only gets one frag, and that is 4-1 up Xavier. This is probably going to be a round loss. and probably the APAC land spot loss unless Generic wins 2-0 against Script later on. It's a bit tough to watch because Aerowolf just zero confidence right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being a 7-1 even. Aerowolf just showing no signs of, as you say, confidence. They're just completely lacking it. Xavier able to just walk where they want, hit the shots that they want, and Aerowolf not having any sort of answer, no reply at all. Mentalist will 6-pick onto Ying, so hopefully a bit of aggression will come out from him as producer 6 picks onto Alibi, but yeah, Xavier just been giving free room. They've been roaming where they want. Aerowolf unable to take them out. They've been able to sit on site where they want. Aerowolf unable to take them out. And they're just playing stronger angles and stronger positions, and Aerowolf unable to find a way to counter that.
Unfortunate. Well, let's see what they can do on this round. So, not a fan of the third bomb site really. Going back down to the first floor. I think it's going to work out. They're bringing that ACOG again. It's not a Doc, it's a Rook. Mentalist is on the Ying this time around. Speakeasy on the Capital, that worked perfectly fine. Ysera on the Buck as well. That's an interesting choice from me, but they have brought it multiple times, so they definitely have an idea of what to expect. Speakeasy playing a little bit of a dangerous game right now with his pistol out. Red Sun took down Ysera just now outside, playing that long angle that no one should be losing their life to.
I think it's interesting to note that Aerowolf are electing to bounce in and out Luna's role, playing Sophia some occasions and Montang others. Honestly, I think Montang's been one of their strongest points of attack so far, so it's interesting that they're electing not to bring the utility of that shield to at least this site. I think it would aid in helping push upstairs here. We've seen Xavier having a couple of issues actually taking on that Montang when Aerowolf are supporting that player in the likes of Hysterics. But it looks as if they are going to mix it up for better or for worse, and strong sight hold upstairs. Xavier once again the run out.
Whoa!
Speak easy with a fantastic shot back. He's down to about 20 health now, but nonetheless gets the frag, and Lycolis probably a little bit upset he didn't hit that.
Yeah, indeed, if he had hit the head, Speakeasy was not ready. Not perfectly enough, at least, but he still wins the gunfight, and the ACOG is off the board. Lunamelo gets one of his drones jammed, and we heard actually, one of the candelas get detonated early on. You can see that Mentalist only has 2 left, so probably trying to clear the second floor. May have been an unnecessary candela usage, but nothing is really problematic just yet. Second candela gets detonated right there. I don't think it had any effect, and now I think it is a bit of a concern. Utility is going down. Hysterics needs to stay alive. He has 2 smoke grenades that are going to be very important for their plant. Speakeasy has 2 smoke bolts as well and 2 fire bolts. So they really need to make this work. Healthcare is getting pinged. Aerowolf not going to worry too much about him just yet.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that Aerowolf have actually managed to gain upstairs control a lot faster here. Xavier instead electing to rotate downstairs, so waiting for possibly a plant retake scenario. We can see Healthcare and Producer Boom both downstairs, just ready and waiting. They're not getting into any gunfights. They're just letting Aerowolf have upstairs and waiting for the plant to go down. Zero is aware of that though, and he's now going to push through the garage, opening it with the skeleton key, trying to get a frag here. He knows that there might be some people down here by the looks of things.
He's just going to bypass
down the hallway, but it looks like he could just run straight past. Unfortunately, and Zero will drop Producer Boom. Healthcare onto Luna, and looks as if Healthcare has now been dropped also, so the retrade's going out left, front and centre. As the plant managed to go down, Hajemi unable to deny it, and Speakeasy will be eventually dropped, but it's a little bit too late.
Whoa!
Go for the counter defuse straight away though, so a little bit of a ninja defuse situation. Hysterics onto Healthcare will get the double onto Red Sun also, who was trying to get the counter defuse, and Hajemi will try and get the retrade unsuccessful as he goes for the drone. And Aerowolf will get a round back here, so my prediction of 7-1 not going to come into fruition.
Okay, so a bit of a funny thing that happened. Aerowolf looked like they had a little bit of their confidence back. And, well, you look at that, you can perform quite a bit better. As you saw, they won the gunfights, very important ones, especially that Lycolis run out that could have wrecked that attack. And then Hajime also a little bit lucky that the Maestro couldn't capitalize on the pings that were coming out and stop the plant. Good plant spot choice, good smoke, obscured the vision just long enough for the plant to get down. Aerowolf, the comeback is possible. Question is it going to happen against a team of Xavier's caliber? I still think it's very tough.
Yeah, we are going to head into the 7th round now, so the switch of sides. Aerowolf will be on the defense. That is going to switch up the dynamic just a little bit. If Aerowolf do have some good defensive strats here, they could find themselves bringing this match back to potentially a draw or a win. But as you say, it's going to be one hell of an effort. It's going to be challenging up against the likes of Xavier. Strong fragging potential on their side. As we see Zero placing down some of those mute jammers to try and deny the drones from above, by the looks of things.
I love the Ying pick on the basement. Not sure if he knew it was going to be basement, but I love it anyway because you have pairing that with a buck, or even if you don't, there's two ways you can use the Ying. Either you go into piano and drop it from above, or you just do the fuse style Ying Candela that many people don't utilize, and people kind of start forgetting about it because of how rarely you see it. So you can blind the players behind white van, behind black car, pretty much blind the entire defense of Aerowolf and get off a plant with little difficulty. Very excited to see that.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting that you mention that, but it all comes back to piano control. A lot of teams will have that as their primary objective, because as you say, you can get those candelas down, and you can also get angles onto white van through the floor. Healthcare dropping one rifle shield already, and that will allow the rotation to come upstairs. So Aerowolf putting some pressure in that corner by the looks of things. I think Mentalist, or was it Zero upstairs, managed to drop the hatch, so Healthcare now taking on no one. Upstairs looks to be clear.
Unfortunately for Aerowolf, no one ready to capitalize on the yellow stairs exit. Lycol is not going to get hit by that C4. Almost does though, and he's going to take a smidgen of damage. No, not yet. Speakeasy is the one taking the damage. But yeah, if they had sent someone to capitalize on the yellow stairs run out, because I did not see a claymore there, they could have got the very pesky Blackbeard out. Hajime is going to be assisting on the second floor room clear. They still think that Ysera is up here, and for some reason both these teams are seemingly operating without much information. Ysera is long gone.
Yeah, Healthcare looking at a blank wall there. No droning coming out from his teammates, and that's cost quite a bit of time. He's been wasting that Blackbeard shield for about 30 seconds now, as the pressure is going onto bathroom. Yazira finding himself a little bit pinched, but that shield will definitely help to protect him. Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time, and before he gets dropped, he does manage to miss one flash grenade as Luna sitting in archive, so he's waiting for a late frank. The drone will come out. Yazira spotted Hysterics onto Red Sun, so it's a 5v4 now in favour of Aerowolf, as Healthcare looking to push up like Hollis onto Luna will disrupt that rotate, so it's now even 4-4 on each side. The flash is still going out here. Healthcare half flashing himself, but he will be able to push up. The pressure coming from below denied by Healthcare. Speakeasy getting dropped there. Fantastic shot, and the drop will come. Healthcare will push, but is unable to get the frag. He will eventually help obtain the frag as Zero is dropped. Healthcare onto Hysterics, and Hajime onto Mental. Xavier taking the round 7 with a really strong late round performance.
Let me tell you what happened. Alright, for those of you who didn't quite catch it in amidst all the gunfire. Exactly, yeah, really. It was exactly what I predicted. Sure, they got that early pick. They wasted a lot of time. But once those Ying Candelas came in, because the piano control, as you said, wasn't there from Aerowolf. The Ying Candelas came in, everyone was completely blind. Ysera dropped in and got blinded as he tried to run away. Speakeasy 2, unfortunately losing the gunfight against Healthcare through the holes in the floor. And that was it. The Ying just shredded their defense without really having to take the shots, even though she did get 2 kills.
Yeah, Ying definitely coming in handy there. Producer Boom 6 picking onto that operator for round number 8. As we see Healthcare top fragging with 9 frags. We did see him waste a lot of his own time there in the previous round, so it was good for him to be able to recover and be able to push Bathroom late in that round, because he spent a lot of time just staring at nothing. So Xavier a little bit lacking in the droning department seemingly, but they were able to recover it nonetheless.
Indeed. Now, Healthcare is going to set up his drone just for information in case people rotate. But Aerowolf's choice of the split bomb site, they're going to be hoping really hard that it's going to throw Xavier off well enough, and it just might. They have brought a setup that some would say is more suited for the first or second floor, or even the basement. So let's see what happens in this round. Pushes for this are not really well defined. Defenses for this side are also not very well defined, because how little it is seen, how little it is played. We have maps that are added into the pool. 2 years later, you're still finding new ways to push and defend bomb sites. So this bomb site was added very recently in the grand scheme of things, with Consulate being one of the original maps. So, oh, dearie me, Luna Meadow, he's not having a good day at all. Still on the breadstick, and he's going to continue, tries to go for the aggressive run out onto Healthcare. This time someone is watching, and this time they're going to lose a player.
Yeah, definitely interesting that you mentioned how new this bomb site really is, the split bomb site. I think teams that invest the time and effort into actually stratting for this site could come off really strongly. Asterix is getting pinched at the moment, but it looks as if Aerowolf do have quite a strong hold sorted out for this site. So it looks as if they've done their homework. Mentalist getting flamed out a little bit there from Red Sun, who will be dropped as Hajime pushes in and gets Mentalist sitting behind that mirror. Yuzuru will get Hajime, who wasn't looking anywhere near him. And it's now a 3v3 with a minute 20 to go. Aerowolf seemingly giving up those strong positions that they were holding Speakeasy onto, like Colas. They will drop the diffuser. That is absolutely massive. It's going to force the push now upstairs. Ying taking out Speakeasy. Producer Boom with a fantastic shot, and he will find himself along Healthcare now. And a minute to go. They're going to have to recover the diffuser and try and get the plant down.
Yeah, it is very, very finely poised right now, because one more round, and that's another 2 points at the very least dropped. And I don't think it's going to be just 2 points dropped if they lose this round. Supremely tense. I cannot imagine the comms on Aerowolf's side. Either they're deathly silent, or everyone is screaming all at once. Now Yasera is going to realize, oh, he's going to miss his shot! No way! And Healthcare is cleaning up. Hysterics upstairs. That's it! 2 more points dropped. And that's only 2 points that they'll be getting at best, if not just 1.
Yeah, so a bit of an F in chat there for the Aerowolf fans. They are probably not going to be going to LAN, as shocking as that sounds. It's looking like it's going to fall that way. They're going to need script now to drop 2 maps, I believe, to generic. So
yeah, that in
itself is going to be a tough effort.
Yeah, right now, script needs to lose 1 map and draw the other at best, and that is assuming this match is brought back to a draw. If it isn't, that means Aerowolf only gets 1 point in the entirety of these 2 maps. That means they're going to have to be hoping for generic to win against script 2 rounds to 0, and dearie me, I don't think that is going to be happening.
Yeah, I think it's more likely that I'm going to be struck by lightning inside than it is for Aerowolf to make LAN at the moment. It's just that far out of reach. Yeah, that just absolutely devastating for them. They're going to be incredibly upset that they are not going to make it, or very unlikely to make it. You never want your position to be determined by the games of others, and unfortunately their performances so far this season has seen them in that spot. We will see them defend the garage now though, so definitely an opportunity to get at least one round back here. And we're going to see a lot of aggression from Aerowolf, so they're definitely not going into their cage just yet.
Well, we're going to have to see how it works out. I keep on saying this, but in my heart, I'm kind of expecting the loss already. I have been since 3-1 happened, because Xavier, those 3 rounds that it took in a row, it was so smooth, so confident. Aerowolf, that Kapkan round really seemed to have broken them, and the first map didn't help.
Yeah, Aerowolf just unable to really capitalize on any momentum they've actually been able to gain in the 2 maps so far. There's been little momentum go their way, but momentum that really hasn't translated into the round wins that they need. Like, Hollis getting dropped at the main door, Diffuser is dropped. So Xavier are a little bit compromised early, but Year Zero will be taken out also. So 1 player down from each side, so a little bit of a funny position though so far, and it looks as if Luna is playing downstairs with that pulse and tracking these players at the front door nonetheless. Hysteric's playing in piano, will get the shot onto the opposition player, but it looks as if he's missed them. Hajime will drop him and make him pay. So once again, Aerowolf not hitting the shots they need to, and Xavier being able to capitalize, and I think that's been the main difference. Xavier really able to take advantage of the mistakes made from Aerowolf.
I don't know why he went for the shot with the pistol. That shotgun would have gotten it very easily. Hajime now cleaned up Ysera finally, and he's going to clean up Mentalist as well as they trade. It's a basement defense, but 1 minute 20 seconds in the round, 4v2. Now, Speakeasy and Luna Middle did pull off a fantastic 2v5 on Bank, but it was a lot more favorable for the defenders, given that it was a stronger site, and the time was a lot tighter. I don't think it's happening this time around, and 7-2, I think we might as well call it.
Yeah, Speakeasy and Luna left with a very improbable task now. They're going to have to take on 4 Xavier attackers, all looking strong with their shots in this map so far. So with 45 seconds to go, the vault will come from Luna over the stairs. He's going to get aggressive, but the Claymore from Luna will take him out, and Speakeasy now left to try and clutch the impossible. He gets flashed. It's all but over, and I think that's going to be Xavier taking the round. Producer Doom drops him. GG's go out in chat, and Xavier securing that top spot even more so, and Aerowolf almost saying goodbye now to their land chances.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been surprised if they hadn't really come into this map knowing that it was probably over, but now it's really out of their hands, and it's unlikely that they go through. Possible, but supremely unlikely. And for the first time ever, I don't think Xavier, I mean, I don't think Aerowolf are going to be making it to the APAC land. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I can hear the pain in your voice, Infi, and this is pretty unbelievable when you think about it. Even the best teams can tumble eventually, so that's going to leave a big hole in the Pro League, especially when you think about the implications for the next season. Aerowolf will head into the off-season. They're going to spend a lot of time trying to regain the strength that they showed in the previous seasons. So, yeah, it's a little bit shocking when you think about such a strong team being all but out now. Obviously, there is a very, 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 very slim chance that they will still make it, but they're going to be tuning into the stream now, nonetheless, with their fingers crossed. They're going to need some sort of miracle to come out for Generic to win 2 maps against Script, who will be a little bit nervous. Obviously, they want to win to secure their lane spot as well, Script, but I think they'll be pretty confident going into these 2 maps.
Yeah. In fact, I would say the other way around, they need to be a little bit careful that it doesn't become overconfidence, because right now for Script it is very simple. They just need 1 draw. They can lose the one map and draw the other one, and they are through. But let's look at who they're playing. They're playing the lowest rated Southeast Asian side right now that's left in the Pro League. Obviously Team Dad won, and Yes Tag, they disbanded, so they're not there anymore. So out of the 6 teams, Generic is the lowest ranked. These guys only have 4 points in the entire season. Aerowolf are going to be praying these guys get 6 from this match alone against the team who is currently 3rd but was 2nd coming into this playday and is probably going to be 2nd at the end of this playday.
Yeah, I think there's a higher chance of the entire team of Aerowolf to win the lottery than it is for them to make it through. Really, it's going to be. Mark my word, if Generic somehow managed to win 2 maps here, I'm gonna give up. You'll never see me again. I'll be running down the street celebrating because it would be an absolute crazy event. It's not going to happen. You wouldn't think. So yeah, I mean, Aerowolf have put their best foot forward. Probably not the foot they wanted, but it's now out of their control, and they're going to be watching quite intently. And yeah, nothing they can do now. It's out of their hands, and they're going to be praying for the impossible.
That is exactly right. So, wow, what a series this has been. 6-6 on Bank, 7-2 blowout on Consulate. You could kind of tell from the map bans. I mentioned it to you, it was off stream. But yeah, I said Bank could go their way, but Consulate, I think it's just over. And we saw that happen. We're going to take a short break before the second series. Generic Esports versus Script Esports. Script almost certainly through to land, but you have to watch to find out whether it actually happens. So don't go anywhere.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. A world chase the night. Erase all of these broken
Hello and welcome everybody to Series 2 of the final playday of the Southeast Asian Pro League for Season 9. I'm Infia New York, and with me is the one and only Guz Lightyear. And what a series we have just had.
Yeah, massive last series. Xavier managing to take out AWF, Aerowolf. They went 6 apiece on Bank first, and then it was a 7-2 victory in favour of Xavier on the second map. And that all but seals the fate of Aerowolf. So the situation for the upcoming match now between Generic and Script, all Aerowolf need to be knocked out here is for Script to draw one map. If Generic manage to win both maps, Aerowolf will scrape through. But unfortunately for Aerowolf, Generic is currently placed at the bottom of the standings. Script are third, so on paper it looks like Script should be able to easily get through to the LAN and make those top 2 spots.
Yeah, indeed. Script must definitely have breathed a sigh of relief first when Bank was a draw, and then when it became really clear and finally happened, the loss for Aerowolf on Consulate. But let's look at what we have on offer here. Generic Esports versus Script. Generic ranked 6th. Script currently 3rd provisionally, but coming into this playday they were 2nd. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I would be very, very, very strongly favouring Script to take both maps as a win here, as a 2-0 series. We will be heading to Coastline first, though, so Coastline can throw up a couple of interesting situations. The teams can get a little bit flustered as it is an attacking heavy map, so if you're defending first, which I believe Script will be, if they lose a couple early rounds here, it's going to be important that they maintain their mind and just take it easy. And we'll be heading to Clubhouse for map 2, so a map that's probably a little bit more balanced and going to throw up some interesting matchups.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that Generic or Script, either one of them are traditionally amazing at either of these 2 maps. So, could be anyone's game. In Script, they did surprise us by winning against Ferox Esports after drawing the first map. So, these guys can spring the surprises if their players are playing well enough, they have prepped well enough, and Aerowolf are going to be praying that they surely have. I don't believe that Generic are going to be able to do it just because of what we have seen from them so far, but we are going to be heading into the first map right away. Generic on attack on Coastline, Xavier on defense.
We are going to see Script on defense, not
Sorry.
Xavier.
Script on defense. I'm still that round. That game seared into my short-term memory.
Yeah, definitely a game to remember. We are going to see Script with the first attacking ban, and it's going to be Nomad. So we've seen Nomad banned twice so far tonight. One on the side of, I believe, was it Xavier?
Yeah, it was Xavier who banned it on Consulate immediately.
So we're going to see Script follow that up. Yeah, so second ban now coming out from Generic, and it's going to be Glide's, quite a typical ban that we see quite often on Coastline to deny those long peaks that we can see often from Ruins and from the parking side of the map.
Indeed. Now let's see, well, what's going to be the following bans. I really can't say. It's going to be tough to predict. I would say these guys are also taking a bit of the time to decide. Generic Esports, they're going to go with the Echo ban. It's a standard ban. Many people don't like the fact that Echo has 2 yokais and he has such strong plant denial ability, has an ACOG as well. Sensible ban. Not to say that Coastline is particularly the map where you ban Echo for sure, but Echo's strong on pretty much every single map.
Yeah, that is the second occasion I believe we've seen Echo banned tonight, so once again showing just how strong she is. Obviously, as you mentioned, her ACOG provides fragging ability, and her drone provides not only intel but plant denial, so she's a really good all-round operator. But we're not going to see her in play on Coastline. We are, though, going to see the defenders of Script head into Kitchen first, so a little bit of an unorthodox play there.
Yeah, Kitchen. It's a pretty strong bomb site in my opinion. A lot of teams prefer Kitchen as a primary bomb site, especially since Penthouse really has been picked apart by now. Let's see whether Generic Esports are able to bring the fight to Script. We'll be able to tell, I think, in the early few rounds, because this Coastline, this map, is somewhat attacker-sided, I would say.
Yeah, if I think my theory going into this map would be if Generic drop any more than 2 rounds, even probably 2 rounds is probably too many. If they drop any more than that, I think it's going to be very safe to say that Script will round them up. And as we mentioned, knock AWF, Aerowolf, out of the LAN position. Obviously only the top 2 teams can go through. Aerowolf and Script currently tied, so Script just need 1 draw here. That's all they need. 1 draw and they will be through.
Ooh, these guys must be feeling so carefree right now, and it's a great feeling to have the only very outside chance, outside fear that they just need to be aware of is overconfidence. But I don't think there's going to be an issue. These guys have LAN experience as well, but getting a little bit too aggressive, I would say. Ricks, the smoke, plant denial gone right off the bat, as it's going to be Bachelor punishing him, and Bachelor by far and away the standout performer for Generic Esports. The day against Ferox, oh my god.
Yeah, so as you can see, GBX with the frag onto Sunans as Bachelor gets kicked. It's already a 5v2, and Queevo going to find himself in a very compromised position. Defty taking him out, and already a strong performance so far from Generic.
Yeah,
Evo though with the double kill will bring it back to a 2v1 though, so a little bit of a throw here from the side of Generic, but surely they will be able to clutch this out. No, they won't. Evo will see the arm there of Defty. Wasn't able to drop him though, but he actually does. He is down now, so Defty out for the count. PTK now will have to try and come in and salvage this. Evo on the 4K. But the pickup did come out though, so Defty back up to 20 HP. PT King will finish off Evo, so King coming in quite clutch there for Generic, who made a bit of a meal of that.
Indeed. Now, I believe you guys might have seen a little bit of a different story on your screen, but sorry about that. Technical issues happen here and there. But very strong opening round for Generic Esports right there, and Aerowolf are going to be hoping that this is not just a flash in the pan. They're going to be hoping that Generic have properly prepped for this, and they're able to consistently bring this fight to Script Esports.
Yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, I think 2 rounds is going to be the key number. If Generic manage to get another round here, I think it's going to be all but over for Script on such a challenging match. I mean, actually, in saying that, you could argue that losing a couple rounds isn't the end of the world, but on a map such as Coastline, it can be quite devastating, and it's going to be difficult for Script to bring that back.
Yeah, that's exactly it. They're going to try the kitchen bomb side. Again, you can see Sunan on the Jaeger. It's a very strong operator for him. He is Script Esports, I would say, the best fragger on their side, followed by Evo. And then, of course, the rest of them, do not count them out. They can turn up the moment you ask them to and kick one of those players. You don't usually see him turn up, but there was one game this season where he went absolutely on fire. Got something like 13 or even more kills than that on a single map.
Yeah, fragging only part of the story though. They are going to need a team effort to be victorious. Obviously having one fragger is good, but in a game like Siege you need 5 players doing and executing their roles to the best of their ability. And it looks as if we're going to see a pretty similar setup now from Script. Bachelor with a team kill into GBX. I'm not sure what's happened there. Generic in a compromised position. Bachelor fortunate to get that kill though onto Kicked. Will balance out the number count. Going to be a little bit hard now for IQ. Bachelor on low HP.
That is correct. And Sunan, he's going to try and capitalize on this one bullet from pretty much any range, especially his gun, the rifle, is going to be extremely potent. But Huffy has come in and he's going to clear out that dock, and they have the bomb site. Bachelor low on health. Oh wait, sorry, that's not the bomb site. Evo is going to clean up Huffy, and I thought just for a second that they had both the bomb sites, which are bomb sites of double bar, down and locked. But Suna now on the second floor, he's going to be looking this long angle, looking through down below into the bomb site in case anyone tries to run through. Evo confident enough to put that barricade up, and 1 minute 30 exactly left in the round over there. Bachelor going to get rid of the camera, and they're getting closer and closer to the site, and what a shot from him right there. Rix goes down, very poor angle held by him, and Evo is going to take a lot of bullets in the side as well. Time is ticking away, and Evo really the only man contesting this side, and Plant is actually going down from the other side. That is Bachelor getting it down. He's gonna fall off and get shut down by Sunan coming in from above. 2 kills from him, Deftia as well, and PT King is the last man alone. They know exactly where he is now, and he has to fight the Maestro. He's gonna win that fight. It's a 1v1. Does he know where Sunan is? He's gonna pick up the diffuser, and he should be going to the other bomb set, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. A bit of a compromised Plant spot right now. Sunan can come in and take him out very easily, and he's pushing up. Guman gonna destroy the concentration of PT King that he would have wanted, and the constant pings. You have a sledgehammer. Take that Evil Eye out. And PT King is going to let the pings come out and try to bait it out. There's a lot of time being wasted. Takes out the SMG-11 and loses the fight. Sunan winning this round all by his own.
Yeah, Sunan's playing that incredibly well there in the end. And Script managing to win a round on the defense. So Coastline is typically a strong attacking map. So they'll be happy to get one back there. And Generic won't be very happy at all. You almost always will be aiming for a flawless half here on Coastline, but unfortunately that's not the way it's going to go.
Yeah, really unfortunate for them. Generic, they had held on a little bit smarter, really. PT King, he had so many opportunities to win that. Either he sticks it, or he takes out the Evil Eye and then tries to go for the Plant. He needed to deprive Sunan of the information, and he didn't do that.
Yeah, we're going to see Quavo now on the Valkyrie, placing a cheeky camera inside VIP. It's going to be interesting to see where he decides to place these Shadowbugs. The second one in the hallway to try and stop the push from the bedroom, and the third one might be going inside Hookah here to try and help deny the plant, but it looks as if he's going to break open the barricade, and I would anticipate him to throw one of those cameras out to the ruins, or maybe even out to the north here, and it looks as if that's what he's going to elect to do. Places one near that DJ booth balcony, and we are now going to see the attackers come in and try and fault this setup from Script.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be either a poolside camera, and yep, there we go, the last one goes out. It's kind of exposed, however, and I expect it to get shot very easily, especially since they are bringing an IQ, and I think that cam has been seen. No, it's not. Well, that is surprising to me, but Quavo has missed his opportunity to take down that Thermite.
Yeah, Sunan's now with the frag onto PT King, so no IQ left in play will help Quavo's cameras be a little bit more effective as he runs out and GBX drops him, so it's now a 4v4. Bachelor joining out meanwhile to try and get some downstairs control, and will do so. No one to contest him in the blue bar. He's going to push up now and try and get control of Cool Vibe stairs, I would presume. The Claymore going down to stop any sort of cautious or uncautious rather, aggressive rotate if that Claymore isn't spotted.
Yeah, indeed. We did hear a detonation somewhere. I'm not too sure whether it was a C4. Probably was. And that would mean that the mute has probably used it without much effect. Bachelor on this Thatcher. He is going to be a linchpin in this attack. Now, we are very close to the halfway mark right now. Sunan downstairs, 1 minute 30 you can see on the clock right there, and then droning still happening for Generic Esports, and they are making decent time. They're still not far behind, and one of the Candelas is going to get detonated, but I'm not sure if they're going to expect this player behind. Well, they are, and Kick is going to go down, and that was a poor use of the Candelas, if I have to say so, because they didn't really blind anyone except for Bachelor, and Sunan is going to clean him up right there. Huffy is pushing in from the VIP side, but, well, there we go, 1v3, Rix and Sunan collect one apiece, and Jibausi on the window is the last man alive. He can't get one, and that is going to be Rix with the SMG-11 cleaning things up.
Script managing to get 2 defensive rounds in a row, so clearly we know nothing. Coastline is now a defender heavy map, but Generic going to be disappointed with that performance, and they were at that 2-round deficit that I was talking about. So Generic dropping 2 rounds on the attack on Coastline, never what you want to see. You're always aiming for a flawless attack on this map due to how favoured it is, so things not looking good here early for Generic, and things definitely not looking good for Aerowolf, who were relying on them to get a win.
I mean, Aerowolf really, as you said, they made their own bed when they lost to Ferox, and then they lost 2-0 to Script. That 2-0 to Script especially damaging for them because they fell behind immediately on head-to-head.
Yeah, past mistakes from Aerowolf coming back to haunt them by the looks of things. Could be the first time that they miss out on a LAN event, so definitely a historic moment nonetheless, as Bachelor top fragging at the moment with 5 kills, so a strong performance from him. Unfortunately, the rest of his team not able to match his fragging strength. A little bit more spread out on the side of Script, but 2 of their players actually dropping donuts at the moment, so maybe an even kill spread isn't all it's made out to be.
That is true, but, you know, Script right now, I don't think they'll be too worried about that. Those 2 players know that if the time comes, they're going to be able to get those kills. I really just think it's a more of a problem of, or I say problem with air code they can't see. It's a problem where you are a support player in a team that is just cleaning everyone up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You raise a very fair point there. Your support operators and role players typically not going to have high frag counts, especially if the rest of the team, as you mentioned, are doing their role. So maybe it's not a bad thing that they're dropping 0 kills. It's actually more of a testament to the rest of their team doing their job, as we see PT King and Defty now trying to push onto Sunans and Kick to a holding the hookah side here above the bar. So a strong showing from Script, trying to take on the bar defense. Sunan's missing the shots there onto the attacker, progressing forward as Bachelor dropping Evu. A minute to go now, and it looks as if Generic actually able to gain some more ground here than in the previous round, so that's good positivity from them. An interesting position here we can see from the mute. Krivo he's just chilling inside, got those kill holes ready and waiting for someone to push the courtyard.
Yeah, right, you are. Now, decent time being made again by Generic Esports, and I said that the previous round as well, but they weren't able to capitalize. Now, PT King needs to win this engagement or at least scare Kick away, but Kick is going to get curious instead. Bachelor, though, he is doing well for himself. Sunan goes down, but Kicked is going to take down one, but immediately traded back by Defty. That is what is necessary for Generic if they wish to win this map. The trades need to come fast and furious. And Corvo is going to get taken down as well from Bachelor right now. 4v1. Rix is going to take down one. Are we going to see another 1v3? He saw one from Lycolis, but no. Huffy takes a long angle with the ACOG. And that is it. No. Yeah, it is. It is a holographic sight, in fact. So really well played from him.
Yeah, interesting to see Huffy running the holograph on Hibana's primary there. We quite often would see players running the ACOG, if
Or
not the
reflex,
reflex.
yeah.
So definitely an interesting decision from him. Obviously, Hibana's primary only having, is it 21 rounds, I believe, if I'm correct? So
Yep.
not too many bullets to be able to miss there. It's such a high rate of fire weapon, so Huffy needs to be 100% confident using that sight, and it looks as if he is.
That's exactly right. Now, Bachelor going on the Ash, this is a very fearsome prospect for Script, but often when we have seen Bachelor go on this Ash, he kind of gets ahead of himself a bit. He gets into this mindset, I would say, this is obviously speculation, but what it looks like from where we are seated is that he starts creating this mindset of what an Ash needs to be doing and what kind of play she needs to be having, and often loses his life without getting too much done. In fact, I would say on like operators such as IQ, Thermite, these non-fragging operators traditionally, he does better.
Yeah, there's definitely a fine balance for fraggers between being overly aggressive and giving away easy kills to the opposition and having that confidence to go in for frags when required. So it's definitely a delicate process to balance, and I think a lot of that comes down to the confidence in your team, the confidence in the callouts that you're receiving. If you're happy with your teammates giving the callouts that they are, you're going to be more inclined to go for those pushes and have the confidence to hit those shots. But a shadow of a doubt can really compromise your fraggers, as we quite often see at high levels of play. We can see even the best players crumble under pressure.
I really like Coffee's setup right now on the Hibana Type 89. Not only is he running the holographic, he's also running the angle grip. First kill gonna go to PT King, using that Jackal really well. Not even bothering to spot just yet, just getting the information about the footsteps and knowing that the roamer is in proximity. A lot of Jackal players have elevated the game since Jackal was launched by not giving away the fact that they are tracking the roamer already and getting the kill by just looking at how old the footsteps are, which are of course color-coded.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing to see Kick so far off site there with the Legion. Often you want to see him close or on site to be able to deploy those goo mines. So he's not making full use of his utility, and that could come back to bite Script. Goos are so critical late in the round in helping to deny rushes, and even can be cheeky deniers of plant. So it's going to be a little bit disappointing for Script, but it's not all but over. Obviously, once again, and that's attacking favoured map, so Generic will be quite excited, I would think, for the remainder of this round. But minute 10 to go. They haven't got massive amounts of time on their side. Rick's now holding the angle into bathroom, won't connect a shot. As we see the attacker run upstairs, I didn't quite catch who that was, but GBX will finish him off. It was Sunans who was upstairs, and the shots coming out from Evo will miss the head of Bachelor. Defty will finish him off as Rix gets PT King. The push coming in strong now from Generic. Finally seeing them collapse on site. Bachelor will finish off Rix. Quivo onto Huffy in a 3v1. The plant is now going down. Bachelor will have a couple of seconds left, but he will get it down. Quivo only on 25 health, going to be a very tall ask to clutch this with. As you said earlier, we have seen one 3v1 clutch this evening, but there won't be another thus far. GBX finishes him off, and Generic taking round 5 and showing that attacker's advantage on coastline.
That is absolutely right. So Generic knew that they needed this round win. They knew that they needed to at least tie this, and that's what they'll do. Hopefully, they'll be hoping that they're gonna get that 4-2 to give themselves a bit of a cushion. But so far, especially on that round, I liked what I saw from them. They took the gunfights well. They used the room clear. They used the time, drones, everything. Got as much information as they wanted, and it was just enough. Traded their players out when it was necessary. And obviously they were helped along a little bit by mistakes from Script, like as you mentioned early in the round. What was Elysian doing so far off site? He is a very strong late game operator because he has more goo mines that can give information, that can slow down the push, and what have you not.
Yeah, kicked, electing to 6-pick onto Valkyrie, so we're not going to see a Legion in play this time. He's probably as equally disappointed as we are in his performance last round, so he's going to forego those goo mines and instead bring out the shutterbugs and try and offer some extra utility and intel for his team. Looks like we're going to see a pretty similar setup to the previous round. Some interesting barbed wire coming out from Ritz there to try and hold off any sort of late rush behind the pool table, and we're going to see some holes between the sites as we so often see on the bomb game mode.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here. So Rix just now, he did get 1 kill at the very end, but his utility usage as well, I would say, wasn't that great. I think on this side it promotes a little bit more economical utility usage right now. I think he's going to be able to do it, in fact.
Yeah, utility usage always critical in this game, but as you mentioned, Coastline, I think especially for the defenders, it's critical that you make the absolute most of the utility, just due to the fact that it's such an attacker-favoured map, largely in part to the destruction of the sites and just the overall layout. So, Script, we'll have to be careful that they don't waste any utility at all, because the moment you start to waste utility, you're just going to make life harder for yourself. But so far, looks like everything's pretty in control for Script. Obviously not too much pressure coming out from Generic so far. And I can't quite work out where they're actually pushing from. It looks as if they might be going for a split push. We can see a couple of the attackers on the Belgium side of the map and a couple setting up for Aquarium. So we could see Generic go for a split attack as we see the round play out.
Well, let's see what happens. Jibausi is with the Maverick here, and he got a really nice couple of kills last round. So far, he's going to get taken down supremely low, but Huffy gets the first kill, headshot onto Cuervo, and that's very nice for him. He's really turning up, and Huffy one of the top players as well. Sunan though trades back onto Bachelor, and that's not a play you want to be losing. He's gonna overheal himself as Sunan. Definitely gets one more in the plant. You can hear it going down. Sunan is gonna rush out. Is he gonna caught out by Jibausi? No, what are you doing? The plant is still gonna go down, but Sunan's gonna collect 2, and Kick's gonna take down 1 more. Jibausi goes down. Huffy thankfully is there. He can't get more than 1 though, and big mistake from Jibausi right there, allowing Sunan to get those 2 vital frags. Post plant was very hard to hold, and Script are gonna tie things up. It is now 3-3.
Yeah, Generic just failing to protect the plant, and the retake was probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest, we've seen so far tonight. It was incredibly fast, incredibly efficient. Script hitting all the shots that were required, and Generic going 3 rounds down in the first half on such an attacker-favoured map, well above the 2-round threshold or handicap that I said going into the round. So I think it's pretty safe to say that Script are going to close this out quite comfortably. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the realm of 7-3 or 7-4, as Generic heading to Blue, Bar and Sunrise first. That's a little bit unorthodox as well. So we're seeing some interesting plays on the defense so far.
Yeah, definitely. Southeast Asia loves these off, or rather I say off in air quotes again, because Penthouse has fallen out of favor, and it's really a choice whether you want to go double bar first or you want to go to the kitchen service entrance first. Aerowolf, for example, they prefer double bar a lot, and Xavier, Xavier being the strongest team in Southeast Asia on coastline, mind you, they bounce depending on what their mood is, whether they want to go to kitchen or they want to go double bar. But a lot of these top teams, they are eschewing going to the Penthouse because it's been just done to death. There are very few ways to hold it effectively, because you bring the right amount of utility, there's not much you need to do to take down the defense.
Yeah, definitely a fair analysis there. We're yet to see Penthouse be played at all in the first 6 rounds. We did actually see it be played by Fnatic in the APAC, in the ANZ region rather, earlier tonight. So there must be some viability that they've found on that site, but it doesn't look as if Southeast Asia is following that trend. We are going to see an attack from the Penthouse side rather, so we'll get a little bit of play. albeit off site.
Right, so Rix now going for the more standard Hibana setup. Though he's still bringing the angle grip. Look at how quick the ADS is. And a lot of pros, you know, they are pros for a reason because their aim is fantastic. They don't really need that vertical grip to reduce the recoil. So they go for what gives them a comparative advantage in gunfights, is basically that angle grip. You ADS quicker, your shots are tighter, you aim better, and you win that gunfight.
Yeah, definitely interesting that you mentioned attachment choice. Not too long ago, the recoil patterns were changed in the game to be the same every single time, so there's absolutely no RNG involved, and obviously the pro players taking advantage of that.
Oh.
Recoil patterns, a couple of shots being missed there by Sunans, won't be able to collect any of the roaming defenders. I think Huffy reduced down to a little bit there, but it looks like Defty will give him a stim pack as Bachelor drops Evu, so defense looking strong thus far from Script. From Generic, rather.
And you know, you talked about retakes in the previous round. We saw the brilliant 2v5 retake on Clubhouse from Generic against Ferox Esports, and Defty, he's gonna get taken down even lower and is gonna be really glad he saved that stim pistol. And oh, look at that! We have a team kill and 2 kills for Generic Esports as well. Sunan missing more shots onto Defty. This guy is just getting away with murder right now, literally. And Sunan is gonna get finished off by Jibausi.
It's all up to Rix now in a 1v3. We've only seen one of these clutches so far tonight. Could it be a second? Rix drops Bachelor with a very clean headshot. He has full HP here up against Defty, who has about 27 health, I think. And GBX with the...
Maestro just chilling there.
Stun grenades do go out there, and Rix will look to push in.
Yeah, hand on the counter. He's going to be waiting, and Rix is going to get Defty down as well. 20 seconds to go. He has time to get the plant off. And Jibausi, the only member left, and he's upstairs. And what an angle! Rix really doesn't know what to expect. And Jibausi's gonna drop. He has to peek this Rix. He has to go for the fight, but Jibausi wins it out. So very close to another 1v3. Only way Rix could have played it more perfectly was to just aim better. And he tried to give himself as much as an advantage as we talked about. But really well done to Rix nonetheless. But also well done to Generic.
Yeah, very similar situation to what we saw earlier tonight. Generic throwing bodies like we saw Aerowolf. Fortunately for Generic, they were able to get the round, as Rix probably sprinting a little bit too much at the wrong time, so unfortunate for him. But we are going to see a 4-3 lead now in favour of Generic as they head to the kitchen.
Yep, pretty standard from Generic so far. I would presume that they'll go to hookah if they win this one. They might go there even if they lose this, because some teams, you know, they are not quite able to get a handle immediately in the heat of the moment about what went wrong. And Generic does have a coach, so it's beneficial for the team to go to another bomb site while the coach sits down, because he's watching the stream just like you guys with a 3-minute delay. So once he sees the round play out and he sees, alright, these guys lost this, he has made his notes, he can be in the TeamSpeak or Discord channel with the team and tell them, alright, this is the mistakes you made, now you can go back there, fix these, and you should win the round.
Razor wire ready.
Yeah, definitely interesting that you note the interactions between the players and the coaches. Obviously a 3-minute delay and no tactical timeouts in this tournament. So the coach can play a role, but it will be limited, not going to be overly controlling or able to implement a lot of probably the feedback that they want to. But they will have some small impact on their performance. And Generic, could they win this, Infian? Do you think they could get it over the line?
I think it could happen, for sure, because make no mistake, Generic, they started off really poorly, but recently they have been bringing it back, and I've been happy to see the improvement, and it's really something that I like, but unfortunately that's not the peak. Defty getting way too aggressive. probably should have waited for the reload on the T5 SMG. Gonna lose his life as a result in the same location. Well, we criticized Kicked for losing his life as the Legion, far away defending the same bomb site.
Yeah, so some sort of Legion graveyard starting to accumulate there on the southwest side of the map. Not exactly sure why that's the case. Both teams seemingly wasting utility. As mentioned earlier, those goo mines can be incredibly impactful late round, but when you die early, you don't have a chance to deploy them. PT King will pressure Cool Vibe stairs from Sunrise Bar. Bachelor being dropped meanwhile, not out, so the revive could be on the smoke coming out to try and protect it as they rotate to get the revive here, and it will be done. PT King will pick him up, and that will bring the man advantage back a little bit, but Kicked will drop GBX to nullify that effect. Kicked stuck with, Huffy rather stuck with the smoke in his hand, won't have any effect, and Kick will finish him off, and now it's a 2v5, 1v5 rather, Eevee with a double kill, PT King and Bachelor going down, and Script showing their dominance in round 8.
Really good look from Script right here. What you would expect from them. What you would expect from a team that is probably going to the APAC LAN. They need to really up their game, and they have been doing well in the season so far. Obviously the crowning achievement coming with that 2-0 against Aerowolf. But nevertheless, if you look at the gap between them and Xavier, it's still a big gap, and one that they really need to fix if they want to stand a good chance at the APAC LAN. No doubt, if they go, they're going to be working on this, because they have, about just over 2 weeks until the APAC LAN after tonight. So it's about 2.5 weeks really. And then, ideally, they will have elevated the game enough from the mistake that we are seeing tonight.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how Script, presumably if they do make the LAN, perform, because obviously there's a big gap at the moment just within Southeast Asia between Xavier and themselves, and arguably Southeast Asia historically not the strongest at the APAC level, so you could even argue that there's a strong gap between Xavier and the likes of Fnatic and possibly Norango if they actually make the LAN. So there could be a massive gap potentially between Script and some of those top teams from the other regions. So provided they draw one of the maps tonight, I think they're going to be hitting the books, hitting the VODs, and trying to find a way to be able to beat those strong teams in the other regions at the LAN event.
Yeah, that's right, and mind you, this is not going to be the first LAN event for 4 of the Script members. Rix is the newest member, and he replaced Speakeasy, in fact, after Speakeasy left for Aerowolf in the mid-season, and he'll be really happy with his performance so far. Script have really come alive after the change. Bachelor gets down right after Sunan takes out Huffy, so this might be the lead going in favor of Script for the first time this map, unless Jibausi is unable to hit his shots. He's really struggling, and Sunan just holds his trigger finger just until he gets a cleaner shot. PT King is going to take down Rix, however. Bachelor is still on the floor bleeding out. They're already down, and Sunan is going to clean him up. So 2v4 scenario, Sunan low on health, but very much in control together with the rest of his team.
Yeah, PT King and Defty both do have full HP on their side, but so do 3 of the members of Script. So you definitely would favour Script going into this encounter, but anything can happen. Obviously, one-shot headshot will nullify any HP advantage if Generic can cleanly hit these shots, but it looks as if everything's sort of settled down here. Script unable to carry any sort of momentum into the late stage of the round here. Defty pushing up the stairs. PT King shooting him, so clear lack of communication there between those two. And Defty now not on full HP. Will run out onto the IQ. EO is Gonski, and it's now a 2v3.
Oh, what a shot!
Defty with a fantastic shot there onto Quivo. It's now a 2v2. HP advantage in favour of Generic. If they can bring back this round, it will be an incredible performance. And a minute to go, drone is going out, so Defty's position will be given away, and presumably PT King will be compromised as well. It looks like he's sitting on his Evil Eye, so I'm not exactly sure where those have been placed, but it looks as if they're causing some issues for Kicked, who will be able to take them out.
No way!
He's just taking down Sunans. What's he doing? Kicked. What are you doing? He will bring him back up though to 20 HP. 30 seconds ago now, time being wasted, and clear HP advantage now with Generic, who also having the advantage of the ACOG with PTK, will be able to deny the plant. Looks as if PT King has been hit though, but the reinforced wall will protect him. Kick has pushed his way up. The smoke will push him back. PT King onto Sunans, and the second oh my god, the second headshot rather onto Kick. Generic somehow bringing that back from the jaws of defeat.
Honestly, that was a bit of a heart in the mouth moment for fans of both teams. Communication not there for both of them. You saw PT King love tap Defty. We got Defty, you know, he's kind of like the Hulk. He got enraged and he just went ham against the IQ and the other member pushing him, the Twitch, I believe, of Sunan. Took both of them down, great shots, and then PT King, you know, made amends after Sunan himself Sunan the Jackal was down by Kicked.
Yeah, so sloppy plays from both sides. Fortunately for Generic, they were able to get the round up on the defensive side, which, as we've said, is the weaker side historically. So they'll be happy with that round. And one more, and it will be at least a draw, which for Script will be enough to progress to LAN. However, if Generic manage to get 2 rounds in a row, they will take the map, and Script will only have 1 map left to hit the draw or the win to progress.
Yeah, honestly, you know, if you guys are counting this, 2 rounds for Script sees them through, as he said, but Generic 2 rounds needed to win, and it will be the second win, only the second win of the entire season, and it's gonna put the power dynamics of Southeast Asia a bit in question though if they do manage to win, because Script 2-0 Aerowolf, Ferox won, you know, they lost 1-1-1, so 1-1 against Aerowolf, and then you have Generic Esports after the break coming out so strong, drawing and beating Ferox, and possibly on the course to do the same against Script, if not better.
Yeah, so definitely some unpredictability at the end of the season here. Brix is droning out his opponent, but unable to get any sort of real intel by the looks of things. Evo droning through the kitchen. We'll probably find Bachelor. Unfortunately, Sunans has dropped from the round, so Generic could find themselves in a position to draw the map. One man advantage their way. And 2 minutes to go. They'll be a little bit excited, but need to be careful not to get complacent.
And Bachelor is going to heal up Puffy. Took his time, but definitely waited until it was safe enough. Very important. A lot of times you see sometimes the pros getting just a tiny bit ahead of themselves, and when you're playing at this level, a little bit of overconfidence can really wreck your day. So unfortunate for for Sunan right there, and for his team. But I believe Script still has the quality to bring this round back. And whoa! 1 tap, gorgeous from Kick. He's gonna tie things up. Jibausi playing that very poorly. Very obvious peak hold made right there. Kind of characteristic of the lack of experience the team has, but that's not really a problem. They work on it, they will get it down pat. Generic definitely have shown promise for sure, and well, right now they are in the lead after all.
Yeah, one thing to note is PT King, the Legion, is actually alive, so we might actually see some late round goos coming into play here. I don't think any goos have been hit so far, so Script could find themselves in a world of hurt if they're forced through choke points late in the round. Kicked will get Huffy though, who was sitting at the bottom of the Cool Vibe stairs, and looks as if the rest of the Generic players will try and get back to site. Bachelor will get kicked now, so it's a 3v3. PT King still up again as Legion, so those good ones will be ready to go, but it looks like Rix might have seen his gun there and will get the shot off. PT King getting dropped, and the man advantage now with Script. Yeah, sloppy as you said. Bachelor is behind the desk and will try and hit the refrag. Prefire coming out but is unsuccessful. He's going to have to be careful. He's opening himself up to many angles here, but Tyne still on the advantage arguably of the defenders. Defty getting Quevo. Good flick there from Rix, but to no avail. Bachelor drops him, and Defty onto Evu will give the defensive round to Generic. So, Indian, it's at least a draw. That is quite surprising.
It is, and Script are going to be calling for a rehost. And aren't you seeing a little bit of similarities between this map and the previous one? And the previous series, I mean. The first map of that one.
Yeah, definitely. So interesting to see the parallels, but Generic, they've come out to play. I mean, it was a 3-all draw at the switch of sides, but they've managed to bring that back and actually win 3 of the 4 rounds on defense, which on a map like Coastline can't really be understated. That's actually a very strong effort, especially against Script, who are currently sitting 3rd. You can't really look past that. That's a fantastic effort, and if they can close this out here, pressure's going to be on Script for the second map on Clubhouse, which is arguably a lot more balanced.
Indeed, if they can turn up the heat for Script, which I don't doubt they already are, they might be sweating a little bit, like, alright, not too worried, not unduly worried, but worried enough to kind of start shifting around in their seats a little bit, like, okay, if we lose this map, we're gonna have to bring it back on Clubhouse. And the Clubhouse was actually where Generic beat Ferox pretty strongly, and that was a really good map for them. Traditionally, they have not been good, but this second half, Generic, as you mentioned, these guys have come out to play, and tonight, wow. I mean, I'm not sure how hard Aerowolf have been praying to whoever they want to pray to, but so far Generic have been answering their prayers. It's not quite over yet though. If 2 rounds on this map go to Script, or at least 6 on the next go to the Indonesians, no matter what Aerowolf does, they are not going to land.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Everything on the line here for Script. They need a draw or a win on at least one of the maps this evening. It might be the case that they don't actually achieve that on the first map of Coastline here. They do still have the mathematical advantage on the attack of Coastline. Obviously, it's 6-4, so they are a couple of rounds down, but only 2 rounds needed, and they will find themselves in the LAN final as we get the lobby reset up here for the rehost.
Yeah, so I don't know. Do you think they can do it? They were defending the double bar just now, and they won that pretty well, even though they went down. And, I mentioned sloppy, the word, and both teams were being sloppy on their part. Especially from Generic Esports. There were some things like the kill that kicked, both kills that kicked got, in fact, onto the Valkyrie of Jibausi, and then later when pushing down the stairs, the cover wasn't there, and then, the holes, really poor decision making from him, and then the Legion getting caught out by Rix, badly done. At the same time, sloppiness from Script, because they just let the time tick away. Generic Esports were literally giving them kills, and they did not capitalize.
Yeah, so I think that's been a common theme across both matchups tonight. The term sloppiness has come up a little bit, and I think you can't really define that as one sort of thing. I think overall it comes down to team cohesion, and it looks as if Generic, they're on and off. Some of the rounds they're playing really well as a unit. They've shown that they can take it up to Script, but then in other rounds, as you mentioned, they're just doing really dumb stuff, and the scoreboard reflected that in the first half. It was 3 apiece. Obviously, they have brought it back to a 6-4 scenario, so momentum definitely on their side heading into the last couple of rounds here.
Yeah, either way, whatever happens, they won't really care what happens to Aerowolf, other than the fact that they're from the same country. But they don't really care. What they're going to be happy about is that this second half of the season, they have shown so much promise, and that bodes well for Season 10. They already have avoided relegation because the bottom 2 teams they disbanded, Team Dat1 and Yes Tag. And since then, Generic made it to the Pro League on a technicality. Right now, collecting at least 5 points from this season, if not more.
Yeah, it looks as if we will be heading back into Coastline very, very shortly as the teams are readying up. What are you expecting, Infian? Who's your bet? Who do you reckon is going to take the win, or do you think it's going to be a draw?
I think the first round, right from the return, is going to be for Script. I think they're going to have taken the time to collect their thoughts and fix their issues. And Sunan, obviously the team captain, he was the one who dropped, so he will be calming the team down unless... Hopefully not, but unless he has gotten tilted by that rehost stuff. It's out of his control, so he should not really be thinking too much about it. They only need 2 rounds to get to APAC land, and they should be getting it. One of them at least. But I think Generic are going to be able to fire back hard enough to take the map. And that is going to give Aerowolf just a little bit of relief for the time being.
Yeah, it's interesting to note Sunan's being the captain of Script, obviously. Unfortunately, it looks as if he actually dropped out of the game due to a power outage. So he probably actually didn't have any sort of real opportunity to actually discuss with his team the game so far. So an unfortunate scenario, and that could actually leave Script a little bit exposed if Sunan's didn't have an opportunity there, or a good enough opportunity to debrief with the rest of his team. They may not actually know what's gone wrong so far, and I'm going to see Huffy on Tachanka heading to Kitchen, so this is going to be super fun, unless he 6 picks off him, which would be a little bit sad. Oh no.
Yeah. Boo. Boo. Huffy. No. Now I'm hoping for Script to draw this out. Sorry, Generic. No, I'm just kidding. Kitchen is an interesting choice for them. They haven't looked amazing on Kitchen, I would say, and the sloppiness is kind of exemplified when you're playing a site such as Kitchen. You don't have so much of the map to fall back from because of the way this bomb site is arranged. It's a very long bomb site, almost covers the entire length of coastline. The only part that doesn't cover is the length where the sunrise bar is. And that site, that sunrise bar is very easy to take when you're defending Kitchen. So if they give it up too easily, they will pretty much be in the bomb site, and that means the attackers have all the control, almost what they want. Of course, this is contingent on Script stepping up as well. But, as I said at the start of this round, I think Script are going to get this round at least.
Yeah, Generic probably looking their weakest on Kitchen, just an overall inability to hold any of the rooms that are critical off-site, and that's not allowed them to have any sort of pressure in the late round, and not in the position to flank their opponents late. We are going to see a push from Script seemingly from that south side of the map to try and clear out those roamers, as I mentioned. So it's going to be interesting to see if Generic can hit those shots. If they can, Script could find themselves in a challenging position. I don't think they've really had to work too hard on this side so far, so if the pressure can be put on from Generic, we could see Script potentially crumble. We are going to see Quivo throw out that shock drone, and we'll try and get to work on. So I think this is the first time we've really seen Twitch be played
second time.
Kicked. Second time,
yeah.
Rather, as Kicked drops Jabolsi, and he just runs straight into blue bar. No contest at all. Kicked alongside him as well. PT King will be sitting in the sunrise bar, and the wallbang trying to be hit from Sunan's bar to no avail.
Yeah, in fact, Sunan has taken 25 HP worth of damage. Now, Quovo is going to be using his drone a bit noisier than normal drones, unfortunately for him. But I don't think Huffy has noticed, and really poorly done from Bachelor right there. He's going to give a free kill to Sunan, who's going to collect his second of the round. Just 2 left, the anchors of Doc and Smoke. Defty's going to take 1 down, Huffy's going to take 1 more, and it's a 2v3. Could we see another 2v5 clutch? And it was a 2v3 earlier on from Generic Esports. Unfortunately, the reload, I think, is going to betray his position. Unsure if he was... Oh, he's definitely heard it. What is Huffy doing? I'm very confused by his decision making right here, because now Defty has been left alone, and the pre-fire is going to give away his location. He's going to not secure the kill as well, and he's actually just going to back off completely. He's going to get 1 kill to Evo, and he's going to come back up. He's going to predict the correct location, but not predict the height, and unfortunately, whoo, Kick ran out of bullets, but, you know, he still got the job done. So close, but questionable stuff, I would say, from the Doc there, from Bachelor there as well, and the Legion. So the team kind of getting a little bit ahead of themselves. One more round and they'll collect their 2nd ever win of the season right on the last day. But, you know, I think they can do it now.
Absolutely massive round this. Script, if they win, they are in LAN. If they don't, it's all down to map 2, so strap in. This is going to be absolutely massive. Generic have shown that they can defend Hookah. Kitchen, not been their strongest site on this map so far, so not out of the realm of possibility that they do snatch this round and leave it to map 2 on Clubhouse. So, Script, deep breath heading into this round, no doubt. They will be feeling a little bit of pressure. They know that the odds are on their side, but nonetheless, Generic have been putting up a very strong performance that we probably weren't expecting going into this round, so anything is possible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I'm not too sure what to think about this defensive lineup. This is almost identical to what they brought in the round where we saw that comeback. Well, not really the comeback, but we saw those team damage happen from both sides. It was quite fortunate, I would say, for Generic, because the Zofia downing Jackal gave them time as well. Time that maybe Script could have used to mount a stronger challenge onto the bomb site. Didn't happen though. Let's see what will happen on this specific round. Jibausi as the pulse, he's going to be trying to play below downstairs, and with the extended barrel is going to give him good range ability. But the question is, the Jackal, is he going to be in charge of clearing the bottom floor? He should be. And Bachelor already so low. What on earth happened there?
Yeah, not exactly sure how he's been reduced to about 25 health, but hopefully he'll be able to get back to Huffy, who will be able to stim pistol him back up just a little bit to make his life a little bit safer. As we can see, Kicked and Rix now both pushing in through VIP, so I don't think we're yet to see a VIP push here. So Script are definitely mixing it up a little bit, not seeing the typical aquarium push that we so often see. So it's going to be interesting to see how Generic adapt to this. If they fail to rotate, it's going to be incredibly hard for them to hold off this push. Sunans will track the dot. Not going to be much avail as Huffy safely inside that wallbang will not connect. Script now, they're just sitting and waiting. Droning going out from at least 3 members, and Rix will now push in, satisfied that his droning is complete. Just missing the head there, I believe, of... was it Bachelor? I think. Yeah. Really hard to see the outlines, unfortunately.
Not
but
too sure.
Neither player taking down each other's HP, and move over to late rotate now.
I thought that was...
try and get a frag. Yeah, I thought that was a wallbang as well, but it wasn't Sunans. Gets rid of Japulsi, so no pulse downstairs from the flank tunnel. Huffy onto Sunans. So it's now a 4v4.
Time is down to 1 minute for the attackers right now, and Jibausi being lost is a problem, I would say, but I would guess they would have rather lost PT King, given that his job is just to frag, not so much as info and utility game like the Pulse, but not that much of an issue, I would say. 4v4, not too bad, because Sunan is the one they have taken down, and Sunan was really making things happen. The rest of the team needs to step up if they want this APAC land spot right now. Huffy has been heard. He hears that window player. Is he going to predict that location correctly? Is he going to peek it? We don't know just yet. It's getting very, very tense. My heart is beating really, really fast. Script, are you going to go to land in this final 10 seconds? 4v4. Utility dump is going to be coming. Kick gets one onto PT King. Smoke is going to come out. It's going to miss Quavo, and the diffuser plant is going down. But no, he's taking damage. And defenders are going to win. What a flurry of... What a flurry. Incredible scenes. What on earth just happened? And my predictions, they came true. But, oh goodness. And that is loud.
Yes, very loud. Not as loud as the cheers from the generic fans, though. That was an absolutely incredible hold there. Script left that till about 8 seconds. What were they doing? 8 seconds to go and they tried to push. They absolutely had no time. Generic defended that as clean as a whistle. Absolutely fantastic performance. Brought back a 3-all draw on defense. That's an incredible effort on Coastline. And Script, they've got one map now. Draw or win to go to land. That was... Can you summarize that in one word, that map infinite? Because I can't.
Unbelievable. Literally unbelievable. What a day this is turning out to be. What a night. This is insane. Generic. These guys. I mean, wow, these guys have revolutionized. Oh, wait, that's not a word. They have just changed so amazingly. And I would have called you, really, I would have been very skeptical if you had said at the start of the season that these guys who were third in Challenger League came up to Pro League because 2 teams disbanded, that these guys would be coming up with these kind of performances. Wow, honestly, what was that last round? I mean, obviously it was insanity, but as you said, they let the clock Script whittled down to nothing. Rix, the Hibana, he was on the window, wasn't aggressing well enough, wasn't doing anything, he was just there. And the Doc, he wanted to peak, he wanted to do it, but he held his nerve, and he got the kill at the very end. He just knew what to do. And funnily enough, that reminded me that round of another game involving Aerowolf. That was the Season 6 APAC LAN quarterfinals. The final round against Ainz, who are now FAV Gaming. It was a 5v5. They were defending 3rd floor of Cafe. And it was just like that, 15 seconds. FAV players on the windows. And somehow Aerowolf lost that and went out right there and then. So it's good to see that these guys at least learning from other people's mistakes.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to go back and watch that VOD for the last 8 seconds because that was insanity. I had no idea what was going on. It was just an absolute frag fest. What I do know is, though, Script were just completely stagnant for a good 20 or so seconds there before that final push. They were doing absolutely nothing. They were just sitting there expecting the win to be handed to them, the land spot to be handed to them. But it wasn't. Generic have absolutely come out nothing to lose. They're just absolutely going for it, trying to gain some momentum into the next season, and they're going to be happy and they're going to be hungry for another win here. They're going to want to show the rest of the region that maybe their position on the table doesn't actually reflect how good they are.
Yeah, indeed. What a turnaround from them. And wow, I am loving it. Honestly, the storylines couldn't have been going any better. Aerowolf, the Titans, down and almost out, looking to a miracle. And Generic on course with the comeback story, looking to give the Singaporean brothers that little boost that is needed. I'm just loving this. It's beautiful to watch.
It's fantastic for us to watch, but I can't imagine the same being said for Aerowolf. Yes, they'll be happy that Generic got that win, but they will be absolutely sweating bullets. They will be praying and cheering for every single kill that Generic get from now on, because it is absolutely critical that they hit their frags and win their rounds. If Generic win this next match on Clubhouse, somehow Aerowolf are going to get into land.
I mean,
probably one of the craziest storylines in Rainbow Six Pro League ever. It'd be ridiculous.
You can't
predict this.
I mean, personally, I wrote off Aerowolf when they lost against Script. I thought that was it. I did not think they would have a chance, and well, looks like they do, thanks to Generic's amazing efforts.
Yeah, we are going to now see Generic and Script head over to Clubhouse. The first ban will be on the attacking side for Script, and it's going to be drum roll.
Maverick. I like this ban. Maverick breaks Clubhouse in my opinion. He's nuisance.
Yeah, Maverick is not fun to deal with whatsoever, so it would be interesting to see if we actually see a Nomad ban come out here from Generic. We have seen her banned in the previous round, and there we go. I am the master predictor of the crystal ball.
Well,
give me that analysis job, mate.
Crystal ball, who is winning this map?
I can see into the future.
Crystal ball, who is winning this map?
Script.
Draw.
I'm gonna go Script draw, and Generic will be leading at the half. There you go. There's my guess.
Well, the Legion ban coming out. Interesting ban. You don't usually see Legion ban at all. He is a strong operator, but not an operator you think is strong enough to warrant a ban. And Echo is going to be the final ban. So a little bit of swapped bans. I believe the Echo ban came out instead from Generic, and the Nomad ban came out from Script just now. But we are heading into Clubhouse, the map where Generic got the first points of the season and immediately battled on the Montagne.
Yeah, so obviously taking advantage of that Legion ban. It was actually quite interesting to see Legion get banned, considering he had basically no impact at all on Coastline, whether that was down to the fact that it was just Legion or the fact that they were probably playing him incredibly poorly. Either way, we will see him get banned, so that's going to open up a really, really strong opportunity for Montang to get some playtime here, and Bachelor taking full advantage.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. We'll have to see how this goes. Script, these guys are fantastic players. They brought it so close. They went the distance the previous map. And honestly, I think Clubhouse will go the distance as well. I can't call who's gonna go, but Ferox will give him a very, very very big surprise, a nasty surprise last week. So, you know, I don't know if Generic can do it again, because they were really stretching their legs. And if Script has analyzed the VODs properly, and I sure hope they have, because they shouldn't have been taking this land spot for granted as lightly as it was for them to make it. And it still very much is. But, you know, taking it for granted is a good way to lose that land spot, and I really hope they haven't. So if they have analyzed the play for Generic, I'm still confident the Script are making it to APAC land.
Yeah, I think Script are finding themselves in a little bit of a compromised position nonetheless, because if they didn't win or draw that first map, they could be forced to bring out some strats or some ideas that they don't want to reveal for the lane event in this match, just so they can secure that win. So if the other teams are watching this and take note of some of the plays that Script are out here, that could make things interesting. GBX with the headshot onto Evo, the second shot onto Evo. It's 5v3 already. And Generic, they're here to play, Infin. They are here to play.
Huffy, what? What? Oh, he has taken himself out, and oh, the Sunan C4 is probably gonna get his target. Bachelor goes down, but Defty with the 6-12. Hungry is the man who usually plays this. Hungry from Penta, obviously. And he has gotten 2 kills with it. He's waiting with a shotgun, one more, and there we go, 3k for Defty. What an amazing round this was. Generic coming out and absolutely bloodying the noses of Script Esports. And goodness gracious me, first Jibausi with those glass shots through the smoke, and then Defty, and good use of utility. They came so fast, it came so furious. I do not think Script were ready for it.
That is by far the fastest take we have seen all night. Generic, you wouldn't know that they are currently placed at the bottom of the table. That was incredible. They were straight in. Yes, the C4 denial from, I believe, Sunans did cause a little bit of an issue, but Defty at the end there, shaking his head. He knew he had that frag sealed up, and Generic go 1-0 up with a massive boost of confidence. I don't know how is Script going to try and slow that down. They just marched in.
That was brilliant. I like that so much from Generic, because that shows confidence, and we did not see any of this confidence at all before the break. They were looking lost. They were looking like they were definitely going to go back to the Challenger League, and I cannot explain how this change came about, but whatever they have done, it's working beautifully. And Script, on the other hand, now they have possibly the next 11 rounds, right, to bring this home. Only need 6 rounds in total. It's a big number, but slowly by slowly, Script have the ability to chip away at it.
Yeah, Script just need to take this game 1 round at a time. If they get too far ahead of themselves, they'll become complacent, or they could become stressed out and not have that confidence. But we are going to see Bachelor now pushing in through Garage. So Generic are just going to, they're going to walk straight in. The ping does go out that there is an opponent to his hard right. GBX.
Goodness.
Jabolsi onto Rix with a headshot. He's absolutely going nuts with the Glaz, and it'll probably be a second frag here onto Evo if he's not careful.
Oh!
The Bachelor! Evo's dropped and it's a 5v3.
Whoa, what?
The Defty with the wall bang through the barricade. Incredible shot from him. This is an absolutely crazy match so far. This is by far the best Pro League match I've ever watched so far.
I'm enjoying
this is crazy.
I'm enjoying this so much more than the Aerowolf game. This is so much more fun to cast. It's so much more fun to watch. We are seeing crazy. Look at that. 2 minutes left to go. They have the wall open. The utility dump is coming out. So are the flashbangs, the smoke grenade, and Huffy's with the shotgun. He's gonna block out, and the Maestro is gonna go down close range with the pistol. And I'm not sure if Bachelor has disconnected. I think he has. But I'm not sure if he's gonna be having a rehost. But Generic once again so quick. What?
This is
the heck?
What are we watching? This is crazy.
Yep, rehost. Oh, so lucky Generic. So lucky Generic that the disconnect came just after he downed the Maestro.
Wow.
Whew.
I think
What
Script are going to be happy. Yeah, Script are going to be very happy with his rehost. They're going to use this tactical timeout to absolute full advantage. They need to sit down and just work out what the hell is going on, because those first 2 rounds were pretty terrible from them. They are getting absolutely stomped on, and it was the same way both rounds. Bachelor leading the charge from the garage, had Jabolsi following close behind, absolutely popping off and hitting his frags, and Script have absolutely no answer. As you said, it was heaps of time to go, and Generic wall open, they're in sight, and they're getting frags. This is fantastic to watch, but also pretty unbelievable at the same time. Aerowolf will be very excited that they could just maybe make it. Maybe.
They would surely. They're going to be hoping against hope right now. That Generic, after their first map, after these 2 rounds, that Generic knows what they're doing. Generic can keep this up. But Script, on the other hand, these guys, they must be so glad that Bachelor dropped out. Now none of these guys had a problem on this map so far. So they're going to be talking amongst themselves, guys, come on, calm down. We know we have the quality to take this. And I firmly believe that Script do. Not to say that Generic don't. But obviously looking at the season so far, Generic are in 6th place for a reason. Script are in 3rd, or rather provisional 3rd, for a reason. Script have been to an APAC LAN, Generic have not. These players as well, Evo, Kick, Corvo, Sunan, been on Script the whole way. Rix used to be on Ferox Esports, now he is on Script Esports. He has so much Pro League experience as well. So Script definitely have the quality. Now they just need to get their strats focused up. They need to get their minds focused up. They need to settle their hearts, and as you said, take it one round at a time. If not, I mean, I'm having fun casting this because this is wild from start to finish so far. But Script and the fans are most decidedly not having fun.
No, that's exactly right. And I think once we get back from this rehost, I would bet my money that Script are definitely not going to go back to cash. It's been horrible on both rounds. So, to be honest, I actually would like to see them go bedroom here, because I feel like that's going to be a harder site to just fully rush in than basement would be. Because if Script once again don't set up correctly, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see Generic do something crazy like rush down blue stairs or just drop kitchen hatch or do something like wild. Whereas I feel if they try and rush bedroom, I feel like that's a harder site to rush, just due to the fact that the defenders of Script will be able to retake that due to sort of the destructibility between the sites, and if they play offsite near cash, it's going to be a hard rotate. So I don't know. We could see them go. Who knows? We could see them go cash again. They might hedge their bets and go back there for a third round. But it's definitely going to be interesting to see what they decide to do, because ultimately it's going to have a big impact on not only this map, but ultimately their position in LAN.
Oh my goodness, I cannot believe what I'm watching though. This is so fun to watch. Bousy, goodness, what is his aim? I heard that one tap, you don't need to see. You know, sometimes it's just better to just imagine that. You hear that crack, you see that headshot symbol pop up on the kill feed, and you're like, yes. You feel it. You feel it right there. And then you have, I mean, I cannot believe the Jaeger in the garage turned his back to the Monty. You'd never do that. You want that Monty to drop his shield, you want him to ADS, or just do something that provides you with opportunity to take him down. You turn your back, you instantly give up the advantage being that you have a gun in your hand, you are ADS'd, he is not. That was a bit of a mistake. I think panic may be setting in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I would be panicked too, going 2 rounds down to the 6th player's team. That's definitely not a good start. So, again, like I said earlier, round by round, they just need to relax. They're going to have a fair opportunity during this rehost, a couple of minutes to discuss what's gone wrong, just relax. Probably going to be a couple of members of the team that will be a little bit stressed out, a little bit tilted, so they just need to relax and have a sip of their Red Bulls or Monsters or whatever they're drinking and just relax. That's the key. They need to go back into their roots, set up their strats, and just play each gunfight as it comes. And they need to put LAN at the back of their minds, as hard as that will probably be, and just have the confidence. They know they can beat Generic. Generic haven't been that strong this season, so on paper, Script should easily beat them. Obviously, map 1 didn't go that way, so a little bit of doubt in their minds, no doubt.
Yeah, indeed, and we are taking a bit of time for the players to come in, so we're just going to go to a very, very quick rehost screen. I mean, this has been a crazy map. We just want to collect our breaths, have a little bit of drink, and we'll be right back with you. Don't go anywhere.
Up here.
and welcome back everybody to round number 3. And I can't believe it's only been 3 rounds, because goodness gracious me, what on earth have we seen?
I have no idea, Infian, but those first 2 rounds from Generic were absolutely dominant. So much going on, so little time. The rounds have been so short. Bachelor with the Montang again, so we're going to see some strong plays from him, no doubt, and kicked onto Jaeger. But, well, you could not have scripted this. Great pun. But, yeah, it's not going according to script, that's for sure. They will not be happy at all, but they would have used that rehost to hopefully gather their thoughts, rethink their strats, and head down to basement. A little bit of a safer option, hopefully able to gain at least 1 round back.
Indeed. Now, we have someone, our friend, our mutual friend, who's predicted the score to go 7-4 Generic's way, and I don't know if I would disagree with that.
Well, according to my prediction, I do have Generic to lead at half, and
Yeah,
then
that's true.
So it is still going my way as well, so don't count my prediction out either.
Yeah, I mean, Script will be hoping you are their Nostradamus. And all the Script
Well,
fans...
the crystal ball's been alright so far, so we'll see how we go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the chat as well, here and there, and so many Script fans here are rooting for their team, and it's really incredible to see the support that Script have, and I love it. Southeast Asia needs these kinds of fans to come out and show their support, show that yes, we care about the Pro League, we care about our scene, we care about our players. And once again, Dizzle commented on this, Thermite Shotgun shouldn't be working, but it worked so far. At least in the previous 2 rounds.
Shotgun meta, definitely a little bit of a trend at the moment. Players able to close down angles obviously will be more efficient with it. I think it comes down to personal preference as well as team synergy. If your role is to get up close and personal, you don't want to be running an ACOG because that's going to make life difficult, and obviously the shotgun is a good alternative. So it's going to be interesting to see how Huffy approaches this. You could even use the shotgun to make extra lines of sight, possibly through that kitchen hallway. And oh, please, I am the crystal ball man tonight, Infin. Please, I must be watching this ahead of time of everyone. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to see you make those holes on the kitchen hallway.
I wouldn't... I don't like this. Using, number 1, the FBI shotgun to make holes, and number 2, foregoing the 5.56 in favor of the thermite shotgun. And oh no, that is poor use of utility. And Evo's gonna get the first frag this time. Chibausi is going down. The Glass not gonna be doing that work, and Bandit Trick coming out a lot better from Script so far. The rehost working well for them, and I don't think Generic are in too good of a situation right now. Bachelor is very low on HP. He's gonna drop his shield. He's playing a very, very aggressive Montagne. Needs to be careful here. He is very nearly in a crossfire, and somehow the Yin Candelas... Oh, Huffy's gonna get the first kill with a pistol, but Rix is gonna trade him right back out. And now they know that the back is clear, but unfortunately bad timing on the shield drop, and oh, long range. Is he going to be able to win this shotgun fight? He's actually going to down him, and it's a 1v1. I cannot believe this. Kick versus, oh sorry, 1v2. Oh.
Yeah, definitely looked a little bit promising for Generic at the end of that round, but Script were able to get a round back. So finally, a little bit of momentum going their way. It was a very hectic end round there. Obviously, they weren't able to get through Moto Generic, the castle barricade posing some serious issues. So well placed there by Script, and forced a push down the hallway. Bachelor probably extended the life of that round longer than it really should have gone for. Pushing down that hallway 9 times out of 10 without a shield will be an absolute massacre. So Bachelor, although he got crossfired in the end, was a little bit helpful and did help his teammates push down that hallway and into church, but unfortunately Defty not quite in a position with that shotgun to clutch it out.
So two things I'm gonna say. I like the Monty play because, as you said, really extended the life of that round, and it shouldn't have been, by all intents and purposes, without the Monty. And then, you know, Bachelor's playing the Monty pretty decently well, I would say, and you agree, obviously. But also, Castle Barricades, as you noted, really well done. The soft destruction wasn't brought enough from generic Esports, and that really gave them a problem. They weren't able to get the Castle Barricades. One of the Candeliers were absolutely wasted. It slowed down the push. They weren't able to get their attack strung together properly. They brought it close with the luck almost going their side again, but not quite.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was interesting to note as well. I believe Sunans was playing on that Bandit as well in that previous round, and that that Bandit juggle from him was also critical in helping to deny that Thermite charge plant to the bar. So that was also very helpful. So a couple of key plays there from Script really combining to help them win the round, and that's what we would expect of a team at their level.
Yeah, honestly, Script knows that they have this, and this round is going to give them a lot of confidence after really tight, or not really tight, really devastating pushes in, and one more coming out. Oh, but it's not bomb sight just yet. I thought for a second, because of how swiftly, if they had detonated twice, the defender has come so close to the Castle Barricade, and he could have lost his life right there. Unfortunate. Sunan is gonna get one, as well as Rix is traded out. So Monty off the board, and Jibausi playing with fire here. Generic now, they are kind of losing the plot. They're playing a little bit too aggressively. Script are firing back, and this is not working out too well for them. It's very dicey, and Generic needs to dial this down, while Script needs to continue doing what they've been doing so far in this round. Hold firm, win your gunfights first of all, don't overthink it.
Yeah, it's definitely good to see some aggression from Generic, but they're almost over-aggressive.
Yeah.
GBX now jumping into Jim again, just super aggressive. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He gets taken out by Quevo, who impacts the Castle Barricade. A fantastic play from him. Sunez will drop Huffy, Defty with the refrag though, so it's a 1v2. He finds his way into side, manages to get a couple shots off through the wall, but Kicked will finish him off from the side. And Script will now even the scoreline to a piece.
Yeah, honestly, Script played that perfectly. That's exactly how you need to play this. You have these guys yearning for picks onto you. Just dial it a little back, you know. Obviously, you want to win your gunfights. You are excited about going to APAC land, blah, blah, blah. Just take it easy, little bit, and you will do just fine. And look at that, 2 rounds back-to-back for Script. They will be feeling a lot better, a lot more confident right now. Right, we can do this. And, I like... Oh, interesting. No, Montaigne it is going to be. I like the fact that he's teasing out the Blackbeard though, because that's another operator you just don't want to be fighting against. It's not fun.
Yeah, so Bachelor once again 6 picking onto the Montaigne, which I believe we've seen featured in every round now. Maybe except the last round? No, I don't think Bachelor played him in the last round. Sorry, my short-term memory is failing me, but either way, we will see the Achilles heel of Script played once again. This cache site proving to be their kryptonite in rounds 1 and 2. Generic were able to just push straight into Garage, so I'm expecting a lot of utility investment here from Script to try and deny it this time. Obviously, Legion has been banned, so they're not going to be able to put those traps onto the ledge to try and stop the Montaigne rush. Wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see a shield placement, possibly from the Maestro or even the Jaeger. So it's going to be interesting to see. Script need to find a way to stop this Montaigne push. And it's going to be interesting to see how they actually decide to do that. Bachelor, weirdly, trying to come in from the west side here, so maybe a little bit of a safer spawn. I'm not sure, maybe they're trying to set up for a construction push. I would have expected him to spawn on that garage side for the push, but Generic, maybe they're predicting Script to read them like a book and expecting them to go the same way for the 3rd time. So it'd be good to see Script actually mix it up here and try and throw them off guard.
Going to be interesting to see how the Valkyrie plays into this. Script kind of getting surprised just now. And oh no, Sunan a little too early, a little too excited, I would say. Oh wow, that was pretty close, and I think it did scare off one of the defenders a little bit. But yeah, Corvo's on the Valkyrie now, which is going to aid his team greatly. Tells them exactly around what time what is going down, and look at that, they're knocking on the door of the bomb site, and it's just 1 minute gone. And let's be honest, their setup isn't necessarily poor. It's risky, but it's not, I would say, poor.
Yeah, generic with an alternate push what we saw on the first 2 rounds, but a very similar effect. They're pushing the side hard already. Sunan's onto GBX, they will make it a little bit harder and foster them a bit, but Bachelor with the down will now try and play at the diffuser with 5 seconds to go. You're going to have to cover it to the best of their ability. Generic with a double kill Defty onto Sunans, and Riggs kicked will get that frag back though, as Evu also with a frag. And it's now a 2v3 in favour of Script, but it won't be the case for long as Bachelor Peter King get a frag each. It's a 2v1 now. Evu stuck with the very hard task. It's 1-1 with Montaigne, gets the headshot. He's going to disable the diffuser. Oh my god, PT King is down.
What are you doing? Wait, what?
Oh.
Why would you ADS there? He got a head. What?
That's what we've been talking about tonight. Sloppy plays. Sloppy plays.
That is the worst mistake you could do as a Monty, and Script too. So sloppy. I mean, just Bachelor was turning his back left, right, and center. He should have been killed right there then. Like the Jaeger just in construction looking at, I don't know, trying to get the kill on the down PT King, or not too sure, but Bachelor should have been dead long ago, but he wasn't. And yeah, he was low health, but you're in a 1v1 post plant as a Monty. That is a default win scenario. How do you end up losing that?
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like Generic are as annoyed as we are as GBX jumps on Montaigne, but it's going to be a 6-pick bait as he jumps onto Xavier, so I thought they might have been giving over the role there to Jabolsi, but it seems as if that's not going to be the case. He's going to be jumping on that Sophia, as they will now be attacking downstairs once again. We saw them struggle in the previous round, and Montaigne was basically the only reason they were within touching distance of actually winning that round, so it's going to be interesting to see what they try and do with Montaigne no longer in play.
So the first time the basement defense came out from Script, it was a very easy win for them, because the castle barricades were a huge barrier, literally, and that's what they're supposed to do. So they were a huge barrier for Generic to push in. This time they bring the castle barricades again, but the question is, are Generic going to do the same thing once more, or maybe is the Monty going to push through dirt, where he's usually stronger in my opinion, and we have seen Shields push through dirt repeatedly, and it's not just limited to Southeast Asia, not just limited to APAC. Although one of the more common examples, I would say, one of the more memorable ones is Aces, and I believe that was at the Paris Major, if I'm not wrong. Though it's entirely likely that I am. It's been a while since the Paris Major, and I remember Aces, he brought the Blitz, and he just stayed there in dirt tunnel with the barricade down, and he waited, and he waited, and he waited. And the defenders, they were so frazzled. They know that this Blitz is just waiting for his chance to pounce, and they didn't know when. And the moment the rest of Fnatic was ready, boom, Aces sprang into action.
Yeah, so we're not going to see that Shield play in this round, as obviously he was 6-picked off, but it is interesting you mentioned that, obviously. I think I've been referencing this game way too much tonight, but in the Fnatic August game tonight, August did actually do exactly what you were talking about. They brought that Montaigne to the dirt door and just waited, just sat there, trying to wait for a fault in the Fnatic defense. I don't think it really came into play at all. Fnatic were able to counter it quite well, but it is definitely an interesting strat. And whoa, GBX, was that T damage? I'm not exactly sure, but either way, he's being brought down to about 30 health now, and that is less than ideal on one of your fraggers.
The mute jammers are an issue for now, and they're going to continue to be, but the hold is strong from Script, and they are looking likely to go into this half with the lead. Clubhouse obviously defender-sided map, so if Generic can get the 3-3, they can probably get the win, I would say. But obviously, I don't know if that's exactly going to happen, because just now, the first time around, oh, one more, again, is going to be down, and the bandit trick had come out. This time it won't. Unfortunately, Bachelor's in a very, very exposed position, and Script has missed a trick, not capitalizing. Sunan gets down and finished off by PT King. Lots of explosion utility. The plant is going down. Cuervo has taken down Bachelor. Anyway, the 20 HP not being enough, and Cuervo, I don't know how he does it. And Jibausi is now still going to go for the pickup. Kick is the only one left alive. Could have gone the other way so very quickly. The call is going to come out. Whew, I'm tripping over my words because I can't believe what I'm seeing. I almost said that was a Discord call.
Yeah, so much going on that round, but in the end, Generic managed to take it, and before the switch of sides, it's going to be 3 AP, so Generic in a very, very interesting position. Once again, if they win this map, Aerowolf, from the jaws of defeat, are going to qualify for the LAN finals. Script will miss out unless they draw or win this map. We are going to see Generic head downstairs first, and that's going to be interesting in itself. I don't believe Baseman obviously wasn't the first pick of Script, as they went cash twice in a row and got rolled. So Generic not wanting that same fate, as PT King will 6-pick off Alibi onto Valkyrie.
And just a little bit of a fun note. Mentalist, like the rest of Aerowolves, obviously in chat, I mean watching the game, but Mentalist just commented a very simple but very telling OMG at the Monty round, that in the previous round when Bachelor misplayed the Monty. You can feel it. You can feel what Aerowolves are feeling, like, goodness, why would you do that? Like, they must be thinking, guys, save our Singaporean skins.
Yeah, Aerowolf will be on their hands and knees praying that somehow Generic pull off a miracle here and win this match. It would be an absolute fairy tale story for them, but we still have a few rounds left before we can declare that. Could be a draw, it could be a win either way, but nonetheless it's going to be very, very close. Going to be interesting to see how Script attempt to approach this. So we could see them push through a couple men through dirt as they push from blue possibly, or we could see what Generic did in the previous round, pushing down main stairs and trying to open up the bar and get the plant there. Either approach is viable, but it's going to be interesting to see, more so I think, how Generic actually adopts this. I think historically they haven't been the most adaptable of teams, but I think they've proven us a little bit wrong tonight. They've shown aggression when they need to and kicked onto Huffy, so probably aggression on more so on the side of Script early in this round, but Generic, they're not all but out. There we go, Defty onto Cuervo, brings it back to a 4v4, so the will is there. Generic want this.
I can't call this. This is insanely tight. I love this. I love this so much. These two teams are so good right now. I mean, compared to each other at the very least. They're matching each other blow for blow. The first map went the distance, 7-5. Second one, I think, is going to go the distance, as I said earlier on. Bachelor, though, he's going to get the mirror kill onto Evil. And unfortunate, I believe that hole was created from his C4 itself, and very, very unfortunate. Now, Rix needs to somehow get this hatch open, and it's going to be a tough ask. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. That is a huge thorn in the side.
Yeah, that hatch going to cause some serious issues for Script, and it doesn't make it any easier that they have the man disadvantage. All three of their players do have full HP though, whereas only 3 of his opponents do. But this push through this main door is going to be absolutely critical. If this hallway isn't shut down by Generic, all sorts of issues are going to be created for them, and Kick managing to push straight through, so Generic not holding down the door that they needed to, and he'll get that frag onto Jabolsi. 3v3 now, definitely making a 2v2 as Sunans gets dropped. Valkyrie camera gets taken out by Kick though, and him and Rix still in a somewhat position to do this. Oh my god, his lifeline was deployed right at the really awkward time. They're lucky to not get taken out there by the generic defender, but he gets away with his life. That mirror causing all sorts of issues though, as Defty drops Rix, and it's now a 3v1. Kicks gets dropped. PT King with the frag. Generic, they could do it. This is... My hands are sweating. This is ridiculous. What is going on?
I'm having so much trouble focusing on the analysis here because every check mark I make for a generic round 1 in my notebook, I'm just thinking to myself, what? What? No
the team
way.
name's wrong. What are we watching?
I'm like, what reality am I living in?
Yeah, there's a bit of a glitch in the matrix at the moment as we see generic heading over to CCTV and Cash. So strong for their attack, but will it be strong for their defense? I think typically teams that are strong on a particular attack, you would expect them to be equally as good on the defense. Obviously, being able to counter strat is incredibly important in this game, and if you've got strong strats on attack, surely you'll create some defenses to be able to hold your own attacks off, but I guess time will tell. You're less sneaky, aren't you, Infield? I've never seen you so quiet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just calculating the odds at how far off if Aerowolf gets there. Obviously not done and dusted, but these right now Aerowolf will be praying for generic to get 3 rounds, and Script and pretty much I guess everyone else who are not Aerowolf fans are going to be praying for 3 more rounds on their side. That's all each team needs. 3 rounds. 3 incredibly important rounds.
Yeah, this is getting intense. I'm getting nervous. I'm probably not quite as nervous as the Script boys are. Never mind Aerowolf. Yeah. They will be absolutely. I don't think they'll be watching. They couldn't. This is crazy. This is. You don't want to be watching this.
I'm so happy, honestly, that this has happened, because we have never had this kind of excitement in Southeast Asia before. The scene has been slowly growing, and now you can see the maturity is coming out in the scene. These guys are all matching each other blow for blow. That means each season subsequently is going to be closer and closer and closer. This kind of a deadline day excitement never has existed for Southeast Asia.
Yeah, when I looked at the fact sheet for this evening's matchups, I thought, yeah, it'll be good. I mean, yes, the games will affect the table, probably not that much. Now that we're in it, I'm absolutely left speechless. This has been incredible. GBX with a fantastic... I'm speechless about that. Sunan's dropped. Crazy. Generic, what are you doing? You are absolutely showing up tonight. Script... They're left with their backs against the wall. They're a round down. They've already lost a man now heading into the 8th round. I mean, things are not looking good. Not looking good at all.
It's an interesting defense that's coming out from Generic right now. This Pulse over here, I don't know why he would choose to make that rotation happen, to be absolutely honest. And there we go. He's going to lose his life. So is Destiny Kick getting 2 very important kills, and Evo 2 getting Huffy, and this is looking a lot better for Script, and very aggressive peak coming out, and wow, how on earth has the Maestro survived that? He should be dead.
Yeah, that round completely tilted on its head. Bachelor will trade with Kick though, so it's a 1v3 now. PT King, strong fragging ability with the MP7, but with 3 attackers to kill, it's going to be a pretty tall order. So I'm not exactly sure what happened that round. It just seemed like Generic lost a couple men all at the same time and really unhinged what looked like a little bit of a weird defense. Not really working out for them in the end. PT King won't give up though. He has 30 seconds left to try and defend this. If he could drop the diffuser, and with the split attack that appears to be occurring, it could make things challenging for Script. He gets one onto Rix, and that's the diffuser down, like I mentioned. Gets a second onto Evo. Could have been a 30, just misses the shot. 1v1.
Oh my gosh!
No, this is ridiculous.
What is the last shot? Especially that last shot. Look.
It's 2 AM. I'm gonna wake up my street. This is absolutely ridiculous. Generic, what are you doing? 5-3. If they win this round, it is on. It is on. This is crazy. They're going to head over to gym now.
You know,
And
please let me interrupt you because just now when there was the bandit left alone, right? And I was thinking to myself, this is exactly where the 3v5 retake happened on playday number 10 against Ferox Esports. Same site, and there was a bandit as well, and they made it happen. And I was like, it would be cool to see it happen. And I was like, but then I was like, no way, right? Like, come on. It's a 3v5. That was a 3v5, this is a 1v3. No way he gets all three, right? But he got it, and the manner in which he got it. This is...
I thought he was a genuine chance leading into that, just because of the fact that Script are a little bit split. I mean, they were trying to set up that crossfire, which didn't work out because the attacker in Garage pushed up way too far and gave an easy frag there, but that was nutty. That last shot, that is one of the best flicks I have ever seen, and in the context of this game and this season of Pro League, that is absolutely massive. That is, I would go as far to say that is probably the best shot I have seen in the Southeast Asia Pro League so far. That was absolutely nutty, and that is going to set up Generic here to try and win this game, and Aerowolf will be absolutely cheering them on.
Conspiracy theorist in me. Yeah, well, Evo gets the first kill, but the conspiracy theorist in me is like, Aerowolf is sitting in with TeamSpeak and it's like, guys do this, guys do that. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, Aerowolf, you know, one of the most respected teams in the region, the most experienced team in the region. They play fair, and if they lose, their chance to go to APAC land, fair's fair. But so far, oh, not a fight you want to be taking. No way.
Yeah, almost what Defty would hit that shot, but Huffy will hit his onto Quivo, so it's now a 4v4 situation. And with 2 minutes to go, they're holding tight. Generic, they will be trying to just hold him back here. Hitting that alibi will give away his location. The hold coming out from, I believe, Defty inside Cash here. That Jaeger will be quite a problem here for Kicked. Those Jaeger devices are denying the concussions from the side of Kicked, and with a minute 40 to go, Defty causing all sorts of issues, and he's one shot, but he's not. Kicked will push in though eventually, and it's now a 3v4.
Now Jibausi has traded back onto Rick, so this is coming fast and furious, and utility being lost. Unfortunately, Suna not. Whoa! What on earth? That was really panicky, really. That's like me in ranked when I panic and Sunan eventually gets down. Surely he's going to be finished off in just a bit. I don't know if he's going to get picked back up. Huffy is probably coming along, and if Script gets to... Oh no, that's exactly what I was going to say. If Script doesn't do this quickly enough, they're going to lose 2 members, and that's what they do. It's a 3v1, and... oh my god. Evo!
No, Huffy.
Evo needs to make this 1v3 work, and now he's scared of the mirror window. They're all definitely second guessing themselves, and Jibausi is going to ensure a point for his team. One more round, and not only does he ensure his team's 3rd win of the season, their first 2-0, but also Aerowolf's qualification to LAN, and I cannot imagine what is happening in the Script camp.
This is ridiculous. Huffy there with an absolutely perfect roam. Set up the round there for Generic in the end. They will head down to Church now, and they are 1 round away from crushing Script's hope of going to LAN and handing the spot to Aerowolf on a silver platter. This was always a possibility, but I don't think anyone actually thought this could happen. This is ridiculous. There's no way in hell this should be happening. This is great. I'm speechless. My mouth at the end of that round was just, I was jaw dropping. That was crazy.
These long silences are not pensive silences, by the way. And you said it. Is it the quietest you've heard me? Because I cannot believe this is happening. In my head, in my heart, I thought Aerowolf is gone. Script is taking this, and good for Script, blah blah blah. You know, I have a lot of notes prepared for what would happen if Script won, or rather, what I was thinking when Script wins. like their whole season review and everything. Right now, I think I'm gonna have to throw that in the trash if this round goes in favor of Generic.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know what to think. Generic, all the momentum, 6-3 up. They could salvage something here. Obviously, in their own personal context, it doesn't mean a hell of a lot, but for the likes of Aerowolf and Script, this is absolutely everything. Their whole season, 13 play days, is leading up to the last few rounds here. It's going to be absolutely crazy, and hopefully everyone stays along for the ride. 2 minutes 30 to go. And Generic already on a bit of aggression here, definitely with the roam. Going to have to be careful of the shots behind. Hits the wall.
Sunan's down.
Oh my god, Sunan is being dropped. But unfortunately, due to the Pro League HUD settings, Defty is going to be unaware of that. He will try and get the frag down on anyone that tries.
He's going to get picked up though.
The revive.
Unless they try to make that happen from the window here. Because if they do, they're gonna... Same thing we saw in the previous round to the Alibi, they're gonna lose a man. But no, they fall off the angle, does Defty, and he's gonna lose his life now, peeking it really poorly. Sunan is down really low and fighting for their life. Kicked! What on earth are you doing? He is fighting to keep his team in here, and he needs 3 rounds. And firmly, he must believe it. He must ignore everything. He must ignore the scoreboard, ignore the pressure. Just focus on this round, and then the next, and then the next. One by one. And he wants this so badly. He is on fire tonight. And he needs
2 big frags from Kick. 2 equally poor peaks, you could say, from the Generic players, but Bachelor has managed to actually layer here. So
what?
It's a frag on the kick, so that's going to be even now. It's a 3v3 situation in Generic's favour. The flash will go out, but Bachelor manages to dodge it. Set 1 goes out, and he also dodges that one. So with a minute to go now, can he hit another headshot? He just misses the tip of the head there. The revive rather will go down. So Evo will be brought back up to 20 health. It is interesting to note 2 Script players are on 20 health. That is 1 shot away from death. So a couple good plays here from the full health Generic players could bring this round back.
Drop hatch, you died. Script, you can't do that. No. Yeah. Don't loot. Not like this. Not like this. Please, not like this. And Huffy's gonna take down Evo is 3v3. So one of those low health members gone. Sunan on 1 health and a dream. Rix is gonna get taken down. Is this happening? Corvo is taken down. It's just Sunan and Aerowolf are going to land. Generic gets the 2-0 against Script Esports. Script Esports needed just a draw. And instead they see themselves at the end of an insane 2-0 defeat. Aerowolf cannot believe what has happened. And well, pack your bags, Aerowolf.
Huffy left laughing in the chat there, and that's pretty much the reaction that I had. That is incredible. I think we both, Infian, wrote that off. There was no way hell.
I didn't.
No way in a million years that Aerowolf was going to make land in the position they were. But somehow, an absolute miracle has bestowed them. That is incredible. That was an incredible match. 2 maps going the way of Generic there. The bottom place team. I'm lost for words. Can you summarize that matchup? I can't.
I am very lost for words. Now I came into this match. I'm like, alright, I'm gonna plan this out well, and I'm gonna give excellent analysis, and I have so many notes and everything, like I said, and then we see that happen. I wrote almost next to nothing for Aerowolf going to land. I wrote almost next to nothing for Generic Esports winning this, and well, Gus, help.
Well, congratulations to Aerowolf. I mean, yes, you could say that, they got lucky or whatever. They did put themselves in somewhat of a position to get to LAN, obviously. They didn't have the worst season ever, by far.
Yeah,
They're
agreed.
probably their worst personally, but obviously good enough to get through. They will be partying, no doubt, tonight. 2-week recovery for the LAN event to practice and to get their team together. I don't think to be honest, I think if Aerowolf perform the way they have so far in this season at LAN, they're probably going to get spanked, to be honest. They haven't played the best,
definitely.
but they do have these 2 weeks to consolidate, to count their chickens, and get back into it. On the other hand, they script. They are going to be absolutely devastated. They have just missed out on the LAN spot, losing to the bottom-ranked team on 2 maps. All they had to do was win a map or draw a map, and they didn't do it. That is absolutely ridiculous. They're going to have to reconsolidate heading into the next season, and they are going to, there's going to be fire in their belly next season. They're going to come very strong next season, I think. Crazy.
I mean,
speechless.
Aerowolf, if you're not like treating these guys to LAN, to dinner, I think you guys are gonna be in for a nasty surprise, because no way. And the chat is now seeing the events that we were going wild 3 minutes ago about. And oh goodness. So, to sum it up, the entirety of tonight. So let's go back to 7 p.m. Right. Let's go back to 7 p.m. We get the bans. It is Bank and Consulate. And I say to you, Bank not been a very good map for Aerowolf, but there's a chance they can win it. There's a chance they can draw it. It's the best shot. Consulate, I say they're probably gonna lose it. Guess what exactly happened? 6-6 Bank, 7-2 Consulate, and pretty badly that Consulate went for them, especially after the Cupcan round really tilted them. And then we came to this and we're like, yeah, they only got one point, That was literally, outside of the worst case scenario, which is a 0-2 loss, which would have automatically disqualified. They only got the bare minimum to ensure that they stay in it. And then we like, surely Script are gonna do this. And Coastline, it was coming out really strong, back and forth. And then generic Esports just, out of nowhere, sloppy plays. But I don't think generic cares. I don't think Aerowolf cares. Script, on the other hand, they will be really kicking themselves for all the sloppy plays on Coastline. They needed one more round. That's all. And there were so many rounds you could point to. Not just one player, I would say. Obviously, it's team effort. But one round where they had been a little tighter with their gunplay, they're a little tighter with the strategies, whatever was going on with them, well, that would have been land right there and then for them. Didn't happen. Came to Clubhouse. And, well, guys, what happened in Clubhouse, please?
I don't know. Just backtracking a little bit. Obviously, Aerowolf only grabbing the 1 round, the 1 point rather, as you said this evening, with that draw. Yeah, with the draw. Obviously, turning out to be absolutely critical points. Heading into Clubhouse after that Coastline match, we were joking a little bit. We thought, I was to bring it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, who knows? I don't think us or even the viewers at home. No one thought they were going to win, let's be honest. Come on, look at the standings, look at the history. Nah, it wasn't going to happen. But those first 2 rounds from Generic are probably 2 of the spiciest rounds I have ever seen in Southeast Asia. They got straight in that site. Got the fastest 2 points on attack I've ever seen. It was ridiculous. Obviously, the rehost hindered them a little bit. They lost some momentum. But they brought it back, and the rest is history.
Hey.
Generic win, Script lose, and it's not over till the fat lady sings. That's all I'll say for Aerowolf.
Yeah. Honestly, and our mutual friend, he predicted 7-4, but I'm gonna say you were wrong. It was 7-3. So there.
Well, I did have that game predicted as a draw. So
yeah, Nostradamus.
My only wrong prediction for the evening was probably my biggest failure.
Oh my goodness! Goodness gracious me. What a
That
night
was a good one.
has been, and I need to lie down. I need to lie
Same.
down. You need to lie down. Aerowolf needs to lie down. Script are probably already, unfortunately, lying down, feeling really terrible.
Yeah, they're
Commiserations. Really, commiserations to them. But, what a night it has been. Over 4 hours of insane balls to the wall gameplay. And I'm so happy I got to cast this, especially with you, Guz. Goodness.
Thank you. That was incredible. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you to everybody who tuned in from home. That was amazing to be a part of. That was crazy. I'm lost for words still. I don't know, man.
Easily the best night of my casting career. Easily.
That was what a storyline. You can't make it up. You honestly cannot. That was
literally. I mean, honestly, because I write short films in my free time, and if I wanted to script this out for dramatic effect, I'll probably do it exactly the same way. Oh, the titans of the scene, lose the first map, so chinks in their armor appearing. Then suddenly 2-0 against the suddenly rivals who just came up from nowhere that people weren't even considering as rivals before the season, and then suddenly it's out of their hands and they can't even they only get the bare minimum done and blah blah. And you know how it went, obviously. I'm not gonna recount it again. So I'm gonna go have a very nice good night's sleep. And Guz, I mean, if I can, I hope you can too, Guz, and I hope everyone else here can as well. One team that is not gonna be sleeping is Aerowolf.
yes, definitely. I am exhausted. Thank you. I'm still speechless, man. I don't know what to say. Good night. I'm done. I'm asleep.
Yeah, honestly, so good night, and that was the final day of the Southeast Asian Pro League for Season 9. We're probably only going to see you maybe for the Challenger League, still unconfirmed about that. Maybe we'll definitely see you for the relegations for Season 9, and then we will see you guys actually, I don't think there will be. I'm not too sure how the Challenger League system is going to work, so TBD on that. But yeah, we're going to see you for Season 10, and we have this fantastic lineup of casters. I just want to give a thank you to everyone who has helped out. So Apples, Sternab, Matty B, Lan, you guys, and Jess, she also jumped in. And I'm probably missing out someone. I feel like I'm missing out someone. Oh, of course, the observers. Sky, MC, all our league admins. What a season it has been in Southeast Asia. And I'm so glad I got to cast this night. Thank you very much. JP. Completely. Oh, I knew I was missing someone. JP, thank you very much. And Cthulhu also. He stepped in for one night. Thank you, each and every one of you. Season 9 has been a blast. Next time you want to catch our 2 Southeast Asian teams is going to be on this date on your screen, 13th of April, 7 a.m. Get up nice and early. Right.
I don't think I'll be waking up tomorrow, Infian. I'm exhausted.
Honestly.
I need 2 weeks to recover from this cast, like the teams do probably.
Yep. So that is good night. And see you in a while from the both of us. I've been Infian Ewok, and with me, the one and only Guz Lightgear.
Good night, guys.